And good morning, everyone. Welcome. On behalf of CalVet and the US Vets Outside the Wire, and the entire CalTAP team, I want to welcome you all to the annual Veteran Suicide Prevention and Awareness Summit for 2024. My name is Kirk Eller. I am a training coordinator with the California Department of Veteran Affairs in the CalTAP, or California Transition Assistance Program. Today, we have a discussion that may be challenging for some, and this will be addressing deeply personal and sensitive topics. We are privileged to hear from our presenters who will share their lived experiences and provide invaluable insight into their struggles with suicidal thoughts, desires, and in some cases, surviving a suicide attempt. Other presenters will speak to the profound grief of losing someone close to them to suicide, and each story shared today is intended to offer meaningful perspective, increase understanding, and inspire practical approaches to addressing suicide and its impact, particularly within the veteran community. We hope these stories will also bring hope and highlight the possibility of recovery. So we recognize that some of you may feel that similar experiences, and the content that is shared today may evoke some strong emotions. If at any point you feel overwhelmed, please remember that it is okay to step away. Additionally, support is available through our 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline, or 988+1 for veterans. So thank you for being here and your commitment to this vital conversation. Our agenda is very full, and there's a lot of valuable information, including personal situations and stories from some incredible speakers and our community partners with us. Today, we have our Deputy Secretary of Veteran Services from CalVet, Roberto Herrera, Robert Storr, the Executive Director of US Vets, Daryl Vincent, the CEO of US Vets, Master Sergeant Richard Hyordt of the US Air Force, Dave Weiner, CEO of VMET and also USA veteran and a Chief of Police retired, James Espinosa, President and co-founder of the Veteran Mentor Network Project, Juan Garcia, a Veteran Peer Outreach Program Coordinator through US Vets. We hope that by the end of today's conference, you will be more informed and knowledgeable about some of the resources that are available to you. Additionally, please know that you will have access to continuous support after hearing from all of our partners and guest speakers. So before you begin, I would like to cover some housekeeping items briefly, and then we will kick things off. This webinar is being recorded, and by logging in, you agree to be a part of this recording. So the recording will be placed at a later date on our CalVet website, as well as on our CalVet YouTube channel. If you have any questions about that, you can email the CalTAP email box, and we can give you some access to that recording at a later date. You can also share this with others that may benefit from the information that is presented today. So if for some reason you happen to lose your connection or you drop off, please use that same link that you had to sign back in. So throughout this presentation, my colleague Janet Adams will be posting some valuable information and resources in the chat that are relevant to the respective speakers during this presentation. Please note the chat feature is disabled for all attendees so that there's no communication issues or confusion with the postings of chat, the resources, and questions. If you do have questions, please open the Q&A tab and post a question there that we can address either in real time or at the end of the presenter's portion. We will also have time available at the end of the webinar to address any open questions that are outstanding. Okay, so next, we will attempt to be staying on schedule. This is a full schedule for our agenda. We are going to do our best to keep timeliness with our guest speakers as well as our presenters. So with that being, we are respectful of your time. So with that being in thought, we want to kick things off. And now it's my privilege to introduce Roberto Herrera, the Deputy Secretary of Veteran Services of California Department of Veteran Affairs. Give us a warm welcome for Roberto. Roberto was actually the appointed Deputy Secretary of Veteran Services by Governor Gavin Newsom on October 10th of 2023. He has served in several key positions at CalVet since 2014, including the oversight, design, and strategy of CalVet's mental health, housing, and supportive service programs, CalVet's district offices, and the accreditation of the California County Veteran Service offices. Roberto's prior experience includes the development of the California Transition Assistance Program, Justice Involved Veteran Initiative, and the Disabled Veteran Business Enterprise Program. Roberta was a scientific application specialist in the U.S. Air Force from 2008 until 2012, attaining the rank of senior airman. He earned a Bachelor of Arts degree in sociology from the University of California, Davis, and a Master of Public Health degree from the University of San Francisco. So please help me welcome our Deputy Secretary, Robert Herrera. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Herrera.
Hey, thanks, Kirk, and thanks everyone for joining us today. It's always a privilege to be able to partner with U.S. vets on having this conversation every year. I think this is probably the fourth or fifth year now ongoing. But obviously it's a critical topic. It's a huge public health issue. Um, you know, we all know the statistics, so I won't spend too much time really diving into um, the public health issue that is veteran suicide. Um, but across the board, veterans die by suicide at nearly twice the rate of non-veterans, and in some cases, upwards to 3 or 4 times, depending on um, uh, the intersectionality of that veteran. So of that veteran's experience. But the most recent report from VA was 2023. It came out in November, so we are should all be anticipating the release of the 2024 report, which should be out any day now from USDVA. But the 23 report, did indicate a couple items that should be uh, lifted up and really talked to. One was increases in suicide within veterans who have an indicator for homelessness. When I say indicator by homelessness, that's within the VA system, veterans that they've identified that are at risk of homelessness in their system have seen huge increases in the rates of death by suicide, as well as veterans who are within a Native population. There was also huge increases in that population as well. State of California overall does have, you just take the veteran population overall in the state of California, does have a slightly lower rate than the nation. I think California is around 28 out of 100,000, as where standard veteran population, nationwide, the veteran population's in the mid to low 30s. But despite that, I mean, we know that there's so much that can be done, so much that needs to be done. When we look at suicide rates in California, specifically at the county level, we see surprisingly high rates in rural areas, namely SLO, Butte, Mendocino County. So we want to make sure that we're doing within, when we're building our outreach strategies and working with community partners, that we are focusing on rural areas in everything that we do. And want to go into a little bit about some of the things that the department's been working on over the last year in order to support this fight against this public health issue that is veteran suicide. So last year, in the report, just like the VA suicide report, just like every year, uh, access to primary care is a defined preventative factor, whether that's access to care in the community, access to care through VA. That is definitely seen as um, uh, a way to prevent um, suicide. So, we really have done a lot at Calvet in trying to bring in and train and accredit more county veteran service officers and their staff. We've been very fortunate in the budget to be able to provide that support to our counties. And of course, changes at the federal level regarding PACT Act and other changes have made the VA a lot more accessible to folks. So we're looking forward to the impacts that that's going to have uh, towards suicide rates throughout the country. I think last year, there's over 300,000 claims filed for veterans and their survivors within county veteran service offices, and that equates to nearly 580 million in new payments. That's the highest ever. So with that, of course, with that service connection comes that access to primary care, which again, we're hoping to see couple years down the road, um, impact of that. Uh, as many of you know, there's been a lot of changes in the behavioral health area in the state of California, due to Proposition 1, which was passed in March. Within Proposition 1, there's $2 billion specific to permanent supportive housing, with $1 billion of that restricted for veterans. And that is for veterans who have a behavioral health condition. And when I mentioned earlier higher rates of suicide, so in the 60 to 70 per 100,000 within the veteran population, those are um, veterans that have a behavioral health condition do fit into that exponentially high prevalence rate for suicide. So looking forward to the impacts that Proposition 1 is going to have. That NOFA should be coming out here shortly. And that can be found on the vet bond. That'll be found on the vet bonds webpage at Calvet, with also the current information regarding what's been released for the upcoming. It's called Home Key Plus is the name of the program. So we'll throw that in the chat for everyone to review. We recently released a little more than 33 million in grants to community-based organizations through a California Veteran Health Initiative. This is to increase access to outpatient psychotherapy, first and foremost, along with providing the veterans who are receiving those services with wraparound peer support and case management. We're looking at, as of right now, 100,000 or more free mental health appointments for veterans and their families. Those grants were just awarded, so we're looking around 90 days for those programs to be up and running. The award sheet is on the CVHI website, which will also be posted in the chat. And then on the CVHI website, probably around February timeframe, there'll be a way for folks to gain access to the providers that have been awarded that, if they are a veteran or know a veteran that needs access to outpatient psychotherapy. That program geographically is covering 45 out of California's 58 counties, with the projection of, by the end of the year, that program growing to cover all 58 counties in the state of California. We do partner with, of course, with SAMHSA, the VA, on the Governor's Challenge to End Veteran Suicide. And the focus on that has been more on the public health surveillance side of things. And, you know, over the course of the last year and a half, we've really dug into how the reporting of how death reporting, how veterans are identified within death reporting at the county level, and then how that information flows, whether that's directly to California Department of Public Health or CDC through NVDRS, how that gets to the VA, how that information is then sifted at VA, because there are contradictions between the CDPH suicide report, as well as the California Department of Public Health and the VA annual report. So we want to make sure that, you know, the situation of half of the counties in the state of California not participating in NVDRS, what the impacts of that are, the fact that the death certificate simply indicates in California, did the decedent serve in the U.S. Armed Forces? Well, that can mean a lot of things to a lot of different people. And how are we providing training to medical examiners' offices? You know, how are they coming to that determination that this individual was, in fact, a veteran, as opposed to just, say, active duty, or some other military-related identity. So we do want to dig into that, so that we know in the state of California, when we're looking at this data to inform our prevention and early intervention strategies, that we are using the most accurate data possible, and in a way that we can then inform the rest of the nation as to how to appropriately record this information. And then also within that same vein, Calvet also is now in a cooperative agreement with the federal VA to do suicide death review for veterans, for tribal veterans. And that was established last month. That's just now getting off the ground, but it's in response to the stark increase in rates from last year's report. So we want to make sure that we're being active on emergent issues that are coming up, and uh, which I'm sure all of you know. If not, on the CalTAP website, there is a service provider pathway. There is a suicide prevention module, but there's within the service provider pathway, specialized courses, whether you're a mental health clinician, you work in a VRC, you work in permanent supportive housing. There's various lanes there for you to receive specialized information when it comes to military culture and serving veterans in those environments. So I encourage you, all of you, to take a look at that as well. And all of these initiatives that I've just gone through, none of them are possible without the support of our community partners and veterans with lived experience participating. So just a huge thank you to all of you for being here on the call today to be part of this conversation and being a part of this fight to address the public health issue that is veteran suicide. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Roberto. We appreciate you taking the time this morning to speak with us, and thank you for joining us. So now I would like to welcome in Robert Storr, who is the Executive Director of US Vets. Robert is an experienced licensed clinician for over 25 years. He is currently the president of the board of directors for the Greater Los Angeles chapter of the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. He also serves as the executive director of US Vets at the Bob Hope Patriotic Hall, which is the largest nonprofit dedication to helping homeless veterans. Mr. Storr specializes in suicide prevention, mental health, and has trained staff and executives in these critical areas. His expertise extends to various populations, including veterans, seniors, the LGBTQ, and transitional age youth communities. Mr. Storr earned his Bachelor's of Arts degree in psychology from the University of Minnesota and holds a Master of Science in Educational Psychology from California State University in Long Beach. So please let me welcome in Robert Storr. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Kirk, and thank you so much for the warm introduction. And also thank all of you at Calvet for your partnership, and Roberto for your leadership in partnering with the community across the strait to really set up stronger efforts to work in suicide prevention. I've had the privilege of working with Calvet for some time now, and continue to look forward to that opportunity. At this time, I really want to take just a moment to introduce my boss, the incoming CEO for US Vets, Daryl Vincent. He's been with the organization for 21 years and was recently promoted to president while still serving in his direct role as the chief operating officer. As the president and COO of US Vets, Daryl implements policy and he directly supervises all of our vice presidents in the organization and national directors of executive leadership who oversee all of the executive directors across the organization's 40 residential service sites and areas. I am proud to be serving in Los Angeles and Orange County as one of those executive directors. Daryl is a veteran of the United States Marine Corps. Daryl has a long-standing commitment and sincere compassion for the veteran community. He believes veterans should not have to sleep on the same streets they were once asked to defend. Daryl and his team at US Vets also recently accepted the Congressional Medal of Honor Society 2023 Community Service Award for demonstrating the values of courage, citizenship, commitment, and patriotism, and for going above and beyond as civilians to perform extraordinary acts of service. In addition to his professional community involvement, Daryl is a Weinberg Fellow and proud member of the Alpha Phi Alpha fraternity. He was awarded the AIM for Excellence Award twice by Harry and Jeanette Weinberg Foundation for outstanding leadership in making positive change affecting the veteran community. Finally, one of the most important contributions, if not the most contributions, Daryl is the proud father of two sons, the youngest who's entering his senior year of high school and fourth year of Navy Junior ROTC. The eldest graduated from West Point in 2020, was recently promoted to captain, and is an Apache pilot stationed in South Korea. So please help me welcome Daryl Benson. Good morning, Daryl.
Good morning. Thank you, Robert, for that warm welcome. I truly appreciate it. I would also say that it's important for me to point out that I think it's the partnerships that we have with everyone on this call, and specifically CalVet. One of our values at US Vets is prioritizing our partnerships. And I think we all can attest to the 63 people on this call that we all cannot do it alone, and that it's so vital that we utilize each other's resources. So CalVets, please take this as my sincere thank you, and everyone else on the call, of how we prioritize our partnerships, not only through funding, but to make sure that we get to know each other and see what we can do better in the community, because it's so important for us to attack these type of things. You know, we just had our annual gala, and one of the things that I truly wanted to focus on is prevention. Prevention in terms of homelessness, but obviously that overlaps with prevention in terms when it comes to suicide as well. I think it's important that we stop just intervening and actually start preventing some things. And we all know that it makes a difference. Why? Because we've seen the proof that we're able to help people and avoid situations. This is a lot more, not even cost effective, but it allows our heart and allows people to feel the love and the embrace and the empathy and the care that obviously people are needing. And while I do agree that we can put the numbers out and they're startling, I also believe the numbers are meant to inform and not judge. So I wanted to use those numbers to inform that it means we just have more work to do. And more work to do is what our passion is anyway. And if we're going to do this, we must partner with each other like the great partnerships we have in this call. So when I look out on the call, although I cannot see everybody, I'm hoping you can see me though, I'm assuming, that there are 63 people on this call. And I know it's just an enormous responsibility and magnitude of what we're supposed to do right now. And I know it's also enormous responsibility for our business leaders, elected officials, and even all the nonprofits. But I always like to make clear that I believe we all are elected officials. I believe that we're elected officials, maybe not through a political process or election where we're casting our ballot, but we're elected officials as mothers and fathers and brothers and sisters and uncles and aunts that are charged to give back to veterans that serve this country, and specifically with suicide prevention, and ensure that our voices is heard. And no one role is more important than the other, just a different delegation of duty. So I truly believe we should never, never, never dismiss an idea simply because it didn't originate with us, and we should be more invested in getting it right than being right. And in order to do that, we must partner and we must avoid. We must stop anytime we can avoid a suicide and do things to work together. We have a victory, and we want to duplicate that over and over again. We have a moral, civic, and social responsibility to be a part of what this great cause is and the partnerships that we're doing. And I truly believe if all of us on this call, as I know that we are, want to live out the most of our lives and the opportunity given to us, we want to make sure that we give back to that community in which we live. And when I truly believe that in years, when we get judged from years later on, when things have passed, I think we're not going to be judged by what we do for ourselves and our family. I think we're going to be judged by what we do for those who need us the most. I really truly believe that. And when we can take our good fortune, when we can take our funding, when we can take our partnership, and when we can take this great important cause and turn it into a chance for others, then we not only become, I believe, leaders in our community, we become leaders in the wider spread and give it to people that need it the most. And who's more deserving than those who have served our country? So it's an honor for me to speak with you today and just tell you that US Vets is dedicated to partnering with CalVet, the people on this call, and to say that we know that there's some things we can do. I'd like to say if a country could put a man on the moon, then we can also put enough money and invest in veterans and how we can prevent suicide. If we can ensure that, that people can be on this call right now, the great technology we have to just zoom in and be able to talk to each other, we can ensure that everyone has the resources on their table to ensure that we can prevent suicide, hunger, homelessness. In this case, we're talking specifically about veteran suicide, but all the things that are contributing factors into what happens is that we can be a big part of that. And I know I'm preaching to the choir because your mere attendance here is telling us that you're dedicated to this as well. So I want to thank everyone for allowing me to have this little brief moment to speak with you. I believe that these kind of conferences and partnerships should be the start of the conversation. I hope everyone gets a lot of information today. And I think it's very important for us to stay ahead of this. And I'm really touched that we're having lived experience, because I truly believe that people need to learn from the people who have been in these situations, who's been affected from the inside and to the outside, and what we can learn, and who's better to tell the stories and be a part of our journey than those who have experienced or been around that can teach us of what we need to do and how we can do things better. Thank you, CalVets. Thank you, Roberto. Thank you, Robert. And thank you, everyone on this call. Let's stay in the fight. It's a fight. And I've never seen anything change in this country without social unrest. So if we have to fight some more and fight for the funding and fight for each other to ensure that we can prevent one veteran, let alone many, from committing suicide, then we need to stay in that fight. And I truly appreciate that you are taking the time to make this a focus in California, that we will branch out across the nation to many other places. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vincent. We appreciate your kind words, and welcome. We value your partnership from U.S. Vets as well. So thank you very much. We appreciate your time. And now we're going to take just a quick overview of our CalVet benefits, California benefits, and talk about some of the overview of CalTAP and what we do here in the CalVet. Again, my name is Kirk Eller. I did see a question come in for the agenda. If my colleague Jana could take a quick minute and post the agenda for those in the chat so they can have access to it. We did review an overview of our guest speakers today, so there's a lot of information. Our CalVet website is calvet.ca.gov. This is a snapshot of our webpage, which is highlighted here of the CalTAP portal, which is circled and highlighted there. You can access our California benefits through this portal. We have 5 pathways to provide assistance to you and information on all areas on the earned benefits. And we want to stay connected with you as those needs change over time. How we do that is with our 5 pathways. Our core curriculum pathway is going to highlight some of the California specific benefits, but there are other modules for education, employment, entrepreneurship, and also what Roberto had mentioned for the service providers. So there's also a module 11 for the suicide prevention. Since we are on this topic, this is a self-paced module in our core curriculum. This is an important module that provides necessary skills to be able to recognize early warning signs and also address those risks and use these available services for prevention. Here's a keynote of some of the videos and an overview of the PDF in the module 11 suicide prevention. And there's also a lesson available in PDF as well. So back to the core curriculum, if you click on this link and go to module 5, it's going to highlight some of the California specific benefits available to you. And this is just a snapshot of some of the available benefits. And quickly, I'd like to highlight the California college tuition fee waiver, which is one of our most popular benefits. We get questions about this all the time. But also our home loans program is excellent. We have 8 CalVet homes throughout the state of California for long-term care for aging veterans. And also reduced fishing and hunting license for those service disabled veterans of 50% or greater. Also our license plates program, if you have a 100% service connected disability rating of 100%, you can have a motor vehicle registration fee waived as well as disabled veteran plates. There are also license plates for honoring veterans. Those are open to the public. You don't need to be a veteran to have those. And those fees that are incurred from those license plates actually are provided into service providers and veteran services directly. There's also a state park pass for veterans with service-connected disabilities of 50% or greater, which waives the fees to all of the California state parks. We have tax benefits for veterans of 100% service-connected disability. You would need to contact your local county where you pay your taxes at your tax assessor's office, because each county has their own exemptions. We also have burials and memorials through our CalVet website. You can click on these links to find out more information about our 3 state cemeteries, as well as the national cemeteries, and including your VA benefits for burial available that you've earned. So that's just a snapshot of some of the benefits. We will be available for questions later, or you can contact the CalTAP email at calvet.ca.gov if you have any questions about these benefits going forward. We also want to encourage you to register on our My CalVet portal. This is where you can actually put your information in and put a filter and request specific information that you would like more information about, and stay connected with us in that way. This is how you would sign in. It's real quick and easy. Put in your email, create a registration link for you, and we can stay in contact with you. Here's how you would create your account. And that's it. So this is my contact information, and I would like to highlight our 800 number there. This is the 800 number if you have questions. We do value that we do answer the phone and pride ourselves that live people will answer that phone. So if somebody by happens to not answer the phone, we will get back to you. So please leave a message. I would also like to inform you of our connections on our Calvet Instagram and Facebook page, as well as the QR code there for our YouTube channel that has a variety of uploaded videos from our previous webinars. Again, this is the crisis line here. There's a snapshot there. It's 988 and then press 1. That will be seen throughout the day during this presentation and available for you. And now I'm going to like to welcome in our next keynote speaker, which is Richard Hyork, Master Sergeant of the United States Air Force. Master Sergeant Hyork originally hails from Tewksbury, Massachusetts, and entered the Air Force in September of 2008. His career spans over 15 years, with 9 assignments serving as a senior non-commissioned officer at flight squadron and group levels. He has experience working with numerous Air Force weapon systems, including the F-16 Eagle, F-15 Eagle Strike Eagle, the F-16 Fighting Falcon, the A-10 Thunderbolt II, the B-1 Bomber, C-130 Hercules, EC-130 Compass Call, and the CV-22 helicopter. Master Sergeant Hyork was worked in support of Operation Enduring Freedom, Iraqi Freedom, and Allies refugee during the Kabul airlift. He spent much of his career working in the Air Force Aircraft Maintenance Squadron, in avionics under the U.S. Air Command, Combat Command, and the U.S. Air Forces Europe and Asia, and the Special Operations Command at Provo Field, Florida. He recently transitioned career fields to serve as military diplomat at the U.S. Embassy in Madrid, Spain, and he serves at the Pentagon under the Secretary of the Air Force, International Airman Division. Master Sergeant Hyork also holds a bachelor's degree in political science from the University of Maryland, and is pursuing a graduate degree in linguistics from George Mason University. Please welcome in Master Sergeant Richard Hyork of the U.S. Air Force. And I would like to make a comment, if you would. He is going to be presenting this information, and we would like to focus solely on his lived experience and clinical implications. So if you could adjust your view on your screen to the speaker view, and you can focus your attention directly on him. Thank you very much, and welcome in Master Sergeant Hyork.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much, Kirk, for the introduction. I appreciate that. I want to start by saying thank you for the opportunity to speak and share my story. I want to acknowledge the audience, the military members, the veterans that are here. But I also want to thank the civilians that help promote our collective mental health needs. I'm here because I want to shed light on the struggles that we often keep to ourselves as service members. But more importantly, I'm here as a survivor of suicide because the reality of it is not many of us make it out alive. As military members, I think we share difficult aspects of service, like deployments, separation from family, financial hardships, and other specific sacrifices that take a serious toll on our mental health. Even institutional policies put in place, like Don't Ask, Don't Tell, take a specific toll on our psyches. I mean, the very institution that gave me my sense of belonging when I first joined the military was simultaneously telling me that I don't belong. Anyway, for some background, I think a more classic example of suicide risk, looking back, I have several historic markers, including growing up in an abusive household and subsequently being forced into foster care. enduring things like sexual, physical, and emotional traumas while there for several years. Growing up, I didn't really have any example of what a healthy coping mechanism looked like, as you can imagine. So I turned to things like self-harm and alcohol abuse because that's what worked. And not unlike other teenagers, I was an outcast in school growing up and was predictably kind of bullied. So there wasn't really any reprieve from this secular feeling of pain. And I thought for a long time that I was put on the earth to be abused, going from household to school, back to household. It was endless. And that thought alone sort of emphasized the isolation and internal conflict that I suffered throughout my adolescence. After graduating high school, the military was sort of a last resort for survival. I had dropped out of college. I wasn't working. I had little to no motivation or social support. And so joining the military gave me that sort of special feeling of togetherness and meaning that I didn't really have growing up, and definitely not throughout the rest of my life. So at the time, it seemed like such a monumental shift in mentality, and it was. Given my background in childhood, throughout my military career, I felt the need to excel, finding some new meaning in and a source of pride, really. And I started seeking as much exterior validation as possible, doing as much as I could, as long as I could. And for that, I was rewarded. And I accumulated a lot of accolades, and advanced in my career really quickly. For all the veterans and current service members, I'll be E8. I just hit 16 years and I'll be E8 here soon. So maybe that gives you some sort of reference as the amount of work that I put in to sort of progress through my career throughout the years. Everything that I had and everything that I was poured into the military, and it was purposeful so that I could avoid all of the other sort of deeply embedded issues that I was enduring in my personal life, in my mental health. And all the while, throughout all of these successes, throughout all of my good deeds, it was in the background, sort of seething, and boiling up. So I knew I needed help. I knew that. I knew it for years and years and years. But in my mind, as long as I could push forward, as long as I could prove to myself and to others that someone like me, an outcast, coming from nothing, could make it, then I would matter. And that I belonged, and that I deserved to kind of live. In doing all of this and in making all of these strides, the pressure, as you can imagine, sort of built and built and built, and I just kept taking on more and more. And you only have so much time, so much energy to give. So the more of those things went toward work, the less they went toward social, physical, emotional health, interpersonal relationships. Those all suffered because of it. And as the pressure built, so did my abuse and drinking. And drinking is, it's easy to say, drinking was a common theme throughout my life up until a little over 2 years ago. I'm now 2 years and some change sober. So definitely made a big lifestyle change from that. But drinking was a huge contributor to my depression, my suicidal ideations. So I used to have this sort of mantra that was do more, be better, that I would tell myself over and over. And, now looking back, it was kind of sick. And it wasn't really sustainable either. So in the military, we're taught this sort of push through the pain mentality, and admitting you're struggling feels like a betrayal, maybe, of that toughness that we're meant to have. So I think that there was a lot of fear surrounding getting help, and matched with the thought of perceived reprisal, and holding a security clearance. There's a lot of intricacies when it comes to your security clearance and mental health issues and seeking help. That fear kept me from asking for the help that I knew that I needed. I just didn't know. I didn't know the resources. I didn't know what was allowed, what wasn't allowed. So I never asked for help until in 2022, after a long weekend bender, binge drinking during 4th of July weekend, I took a razor blade into the shower with me and tried to take my life. And I think at that moment, I had so much shame, guilt, fear, and I just couldn't bear it. Suicidal thoughts for me were always a part of my life, the sort of a comfort, if you will, as an escape, a way that, if everything else failed, then I could always end my life, and I wouldn't have to deal with the pain anymore. And since suicidal ideations were so recurrent and so familiar to me in that moment, it seemed almost like meeting a friend or a welcome relief, which I know is sort of a common theme with suicide survivors. And I think it was the shock of the action itself, putting the razor blade to my wrist, the pain, that sort of shocked me into the reality of what it meant and maybe the impact it would have on others. And it seemed selfish, maybe. So I ended up calling my sister, who I was really close with because we were in foster care together, and asked her to call 911 because I couldn't do it myself. So she called 911, they came, And even in that moment, I was trying to protect my military career and my security clearance. I asked the police, like, please don't take me to a military facility. Please don't take me to Walter Reed. I'll go anywhere else. And they ended up taking me to a civilian location that was not great quality care. And because the care was so bad, the next day I actually did end up going to Walter Reed Medical Center. And from a clinical perspective, or suicide as the study of suicide, maybe I want you to understand what that process looked like, because I don't think people know what it looks like step by step, especially for military members, when you say, I'm going to take my life. And so I had to ask a friend to bring me to Walter Reed. And when I got there, we had to go to the emergency room. And I remember walking up to the receptionist, and she just said, well, why are you here? So, well, I am contemplating suicide. And she just pushed like the visitor's log form over to me and was like, okay, just sign here and take a seat. And so it was a little surreal to me, that particular interaction, because to me it seemed like it needed immediate attention, and that it was, it's very personal. So then they took me, back in behind the closed curtain, and I was in disarray, as I'm sure you can imagine. And one of the nurses that was checking me in just, sat me down and was like, why? Why do you want to take your life? And I was just blown away by that question, because it's not something that I felt the need to explain to anyone. And I also felt the need to validate myself and my wanting to commit suicide. And so it was a really, really horrible experience going through the emergency room. And it did not help my state of mind. It did not give me comfort in those interactions. So after that, after having to validate while I was there, they checked me into 7 West, which was like, they take all your stuff, they take all your clothes, and you're in a smock behind closed doors. And the reason why I want to emphasize the fact that they take everything from you is because, first of all, there's only one other time that happened to me, and it's when I went to foster home. So I felt extremely vulnerable. But I also want to point out that it was the first time in my life to that point that I ever felt safe. Safe from myself and safe from others. And so at the same time of feeling, being treated sort of like an animal, being, caged up, like having certain times you're getting food and everything. At the same time of feeling degraded, I also felt the most safe that I had ever felt my entire life. And I think that that's important to realize. So after 7 days there, going through their program and everything, they chose to release me. And I got released back to mental health on Joint Base Anacostia Bowling, where I'm stationed, or where my mental health is out of. And they were sitting me down, going through alcohol abuse and prevention paperwork. It's called ADAPT in the Air Force. And that was their plan, to put me on a, alcohol prevention plan for the next couple months, and then, press. And so I had to advocate for myself as a service member and say, I need higher care. I need more care from you. So they ended up sending me to Laurel Ridge Treatment Center in San Antonio, Texas. Highly recommend. By the way, if you have any service members, they take TRICARE, send them to Laurel Ridge, because it is such amazing facility, amazing people, amazing program. So normally you're only there for 30 days inpatient. I asked to do another 2 weeks. And then I went into outpatient at that same facility for another 45 days that I had to advocate for myself to do. And throughout that process, your command has to be in support of your treatment. So at any point during that process, my command could have said no, and that they don't support me being away from work, or they don't think that I need additional time. So your command plays a very critical role in your treatment. And so your reputation then comes into play, and their willingness to allow you to stay, because it's all services there, and there are a lot of other services where their command were not in support of them continuing their treatment. Throughout the treatment, I went through talk therapy twice a week. I started a medication regimen. I, did group therapy daily, art therapy, physical exercise. It was a great program, but they also put you through a pretty rigorous exposure therapy program, where I had to record the most traumatic experience of my life on tape, and then I got to listen to that 10-minute, 12-minute recording every day and journal about it every day for 2 weeks, and then re-record it and do the same thing and re-record it. And so it was pretty tough, but it made me, I did a lot of healing through the process. So the military support, my direct military support network was, outlandishly helpful throughout the process. And I could not be more thankful for having that support of my peers and my command. And but it requires a lot of candor. You have to be pretty upfront to get the message through. Returning back to work caused a lot of anxiety. I knew that there would be a lot of questions, a lot of things that I needed to talk about to reintegrate. And some of the questions that I received were very impactful. Things that you usually hear in probably your line of work. Things like, I would have never expected you, or you seem like you're doing so well, or just why. And I don't think people realize how detrimental that line of questioning really is, in having to explain away the thought that you no longer want to exist. And I definitely was the I would have never expected type, because I never allowed that to show in the workplace, and definitely not in uniform. So yeah, definitely something to keep in mind. And I think the hardest part of this whole thing was asking for help. But it was also the most freeing part, because once that occurred, once I asked my sister to call 911, it felt like a relief in a way. I mean, it caused a lot of other emotions, but it felt like I didn't need to hide those thoughts anymore. Like I had given that up, or handed it over, maybe is a better way of stating that. So out of recovery, I was diagnosed with a lot of different things. But among them, PTSD, depression, insomnia, were kind of the three big hitters. And I thought that I was going to be kicked out or medically retired. And through therapy, medication, peer groups, mindfulness, work with my psychiatrist, I'm still in, as you can see. And I needed to show a willingness to continue treatment through things like TMS, which is transcranial magnetic stimulation, acupuncture. And I will say for TMS, it did wonders for my anxiety, even though it's supposed to be for depression. And then for acupuncture, I don't know what it was, but it really helped me reconnect my memory. It really helped me with like recall. I don't know how that all works, but big proprietor of acupuncture, if you're looking into it as a treatment. So I think the same discipline that the military instilled in me throughout my career really helped me. It became an ally in my healing journey because I needed to stay diligent, because it's not a one and done sort of thing, where, oh, I went through my treatment, I'm good. It's, for me, I still have suicidal ideations. They're not daily, which is great. But I don't know that they'll ever go away. But I know when they're more piercing, I know what it feels like, and I know when to ask for help now. So I don't know that the weight ever gets any lighter. You just get stronger. So I want to say to my fellow service members and veterans, you're not weak for feeling broken. And asking for help is probably one of the bravest things that you can do. So for families and allies, I just encourage you to have patience, specifically through the healing process. Understanding, try to do some reading, try to do some research, and then creating safe space for dialogue. That feeling of safety that I had was critical in moving forward in my treatment. So something to keep in mind. I hope that in the future moving forward that the military, as well as society at large, has mental health prioritized and supported, because it affects so many different aspects of our lives, all aspects of our lives. In reflecting on my journey up to this point, I do feel that I was, I guess you could say, in the trenches of despair, and I've rebuilt my life. It's not perfect, but I like to say not perfect, but purposeful. So I want to advocate for others to seek help. And I try to support others, reduce stigma in my military community by talking about my experience and what it looked like on the ground, so to speak, so that others that want to seek help or need to seek help know what to expect. Because when you try to look for these things and these resources as an active duty member, it's actually very difficult to understand how it's all going to unfold. So I think a firsthand account really helps. And I did speak last year about my experience and I wanted to touch on something this year, and that last year I didn't feel, I know that your organizations are focused on veterans, and because of that, as an active service, active duty member, I felt maybe like out of place, like, or something like that. But, you know, in a way, we are the target audience in that we will be the new veterans, you know, entering the civilian population. So, I would encourage CalVet, US Vets, and other organizations on here to reach out to your active duty service members, maybe a little bit more to let them know. I know that a year within leaving the military is a critical period for suicide in service members. So I know that TAPS and other organizations you're involved with. So I just wanted to put in a plug for that. To end, you know, on a final note, I think that we all go through intense experiences throughout our lives. And in the military, those experiences are shared usually. And pain can become purpose for us. We just need to learn how to work through it and ask for help. So thank you so much for listening, and I definitely appreciate your time and attention.
Master Sergeant Hire, thank you so much for that shared experience and your personal experiences. We appreciate you taking the time to speak with us today. We will have some time available now if there's any questions, if you wouldn't mind fielding any if we have any. So we have slotted some designated time at the end of each speaker to allow them to answer or field any questions. So I don't see any right now, but if you do have a question and it comes up even after Master Sergeant signs off, we can actually field it towards the end of the webinar as well. So we'll leave this.
Kirk, it's Robert. I have a few questions here from some of our staff and colleagues here, and I'll jump in while we're making some room for some other people, if that's okay.
Yeah, absolutely, Robert. Thank you very much for letting us in on that. So we don't see anything in the Q&A. If you do have a question and you are on the call, please go to the Q&A tab and just open that Q&A tab, and you can type a question in there. I do want to reemphasize, though, I mean, if it's of a personal nature, that's you know, this is a public forum. I do want to highlight that. Keep that in mind so that you can keep your personal information guarded. So if you do want to request some information from somebody on a personal level, that way you can reach out to them and communicate them offline.
Thanks, Kirk. First of all, I just want to thank you, Richard. I'm always so impressed and amazed at your superpower, which is your vulnerability, your honesty, your openness, but also some pretty poignant information that I think is extremely valuable. And I've heard so much of it just today again. One of the things you shared right off the bat that hit me personally as well as professionally is that idea that so many of us overcompensate for whatever pain, trauma, lack of self-esteem, et cetera, that we've gone through in our childhood or adolescence or even adulthood by becoming overproductive and thus eliminating kind of the healthy balance between work and life. I think that's so important for people to know. Now that you're here, would you share just a little more about what you do now to replace that need, unless you're still overachieving again, what you do to balance more and to take care of yourself?
Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate the question. I am still an overachiever, unfortunately. But I think that stems now from a much healthier place of pride, and not so much a need of recognition. What I do now is very simple. I say no. Are you available after 6 o'clock to do XYZ? No. We have an extra program that really needs a president of such and such committee. No. And I think the power of that single word, no, helps you refocus your energies on things that I do now. And I play in multiple soccer leagues. I'm a graduate student. I'm attending 3 courses. I actually plan evenings out with my spouse, weekend trips and things that you need so much to rebalance your life when you pour everything that you have into work, or you're so used to that external validation. So I would also just add on the end of that, we know who, a lot of us here on this call know who to look for suicidal indicators, the isolation and things like that. So I would encourage you to go the extra step and look for people, maybe like me, look for people that are throwing themselves into work, doing the extra hours. These are sort of, to me, uncommon indicators of people that are suffering. So yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, no, so very, very well put. Not that I recognize any of that personally, but I might have. Another quick question that came up, and Jana, feel free to jump in because I know you're going to get some questions too. One more, and then well, I've got a couple more, but I'll share. You made a really important point. First of all, again, thank you for being an active duty service member who's willing to share, and I think it really reminded all of us the importance of addressing the issue upstream as well, or at least at the transitional period, which is really critical. We all understand, at least I do on a civilian level, but not on a veteran or active duty military level. What do we do as clinicians, case managers, colleagues, friends, family members to help a service member, either active duty or veteran, break through that fear of their mental health, disclosing their mental health issue or their suicidal ideation? What words would have helped you back then before you got to that point? Because we do know so many people, because of the stigma and shame, cover it up, and we have to be the ones that initiated. What would have helped you come out with that information to people who could help you?
I think part of asking for help is that overwhelming vulnerability that is created when you ask. And in order for you to be vulnerable with someone, you have to have a connection with them. You can't force mental health professionals, friends, bosses to care about you. Caring is something that is created through connection. And I would say care is what would help open that line of communication to say, I need help from you, having a real conversation and asking direct questions. For me, I'm more of a pragmatic person, and I have been asked directly, are you thinking about hurting yourself right now? And you, as the person being asked, you don't have a lot of options to answer that question outside of yes or no. So my answer is care through having genuine conversation and asking direct questions.
Thank you. I think so many of the veterans that work for and with us really emphasize the aspect of a peer, of the relationship. And I understand now, even more importantly, to introduce mental health or make someone comfortable, you do really have to have that relationship and communicate that care. Jen, I have more, but do you have more from the chat yet? Do you want to jump in?
Sure, there is a couple questions from the chat, and then we can kind of go back and forth, Robert. So there is a question on here. I would like to prescribe psychological autopsies on our fallen fellow veterans. Who can I speak with to get this started?
Do you want me to answer that, or Richard, do you have some ideas?
I'm not sure I understand the question, so I'll pass it over to you, sir.
Great. So I know in the field of suicide prevention, I've been active in the field for about 12 years now. One of the things we do in reverse is we try to review the death of an individual, veteran or non-veteran, that died by suicide, and we get experience. You can get experience from various organizations across the nation to be certified in actually understanding how to do that. You can check with AFSP, and the American Association of Suicidology, I think, is the one that certifies you. The reality is, it's a psychological autopsy is a prevention method, actually, to go back and try to understand the components that led to somebody's death by suicide, because often, as you shared earlier, Richard, we don't get to that information early enough to make a difference or save a life. So we go back and review family members, areas that they've touched, whether it's medical, psychological, all of the areas of services that, whether it was U.S. Vets or some other agency, to see if we can determine when something started to happen and when it went wrong. And in reverse, and I'll give you this caveat for all of you listening, please, if you are a survivor, don't ever feel like you should have known, because oftentimes there is no way for us to know. But often going in reverse, if you look carefully, you will see some some various loud cues or obvious cues that we don't know. And Richard, you shared some of those, some warning signs. Somebody who is pouring themselves into work. One of the ones you pointed out too. So anyway, to answer that question, you would go to the American Association of Suicidology. I think that's the one that does the certification training. You can look also up at the Suicide Prevention Resource Registry, and I'll try to put those links after that in here. But also, to go back to what you were talking about, cues, we know that over 50% of the time people who die by suicide are dealing with a substance issue. And I was going to ask this, but I'm going to let Jana ask another one too, is if you see that, if you start to see those signs and understanding them, those are the times, hopefully, you have a relationship that you can work with people. There is a lot of uh, coping that's going in right now by using substances or process addictions like gambling, spending money, et cetera. That's really under the covers because people have the shame, and it's not their fault. Sometimes trauma will create a system that requires that stimulation to deal with the anxiety or the depression. And then their systems adapt, and then they psychologically as well as physically are being impacted. We have to be the ones that know that and communicate that, and communicate it's a medical issue and make it safe for someone to deal with it. But I'll go back to you, Janet, before I talk things up. Is there anything more you want to add to that, Richard, about warning signs or things that you wish people would have seen?
The alcohol abuse was substantial, to say the least. And in the line of work that I was in, alcohol, and for a lot of military members, alcohol is glamorized, and it's almost a requirement for certain events and certain happenings. And there's entire events surrounded around alcohol. So not only was my alcohol abuse welcomed, it was promoted. And I think there were a few times in recent years leading up to my incident that my boss, my supervisors, noticed me being hungover or smelling like alcohol and turned a blind eye because they needed me to perform for whatever the thing at hand was, because it was so critical to be there. So at that point, and I take responsibility for my actions and I account for them. However, I would also place on my higher ups that at that point they decided that the mission was more important than me getting help.
Thank you for that. Jana, do you have a couple
Yeah.
more?
So this is going to kind of be a two-part kind of question. It kind of goes along with exactly what you guys are talking about. If you want to, if you guys could expand a little bit more on higher risk being around the type of separation. And then also, Richard, you had said to look at overachievers for risk. What sort of approach do you think would have helped if someone was concerned?
I can I'll start out with that. Looking at overachievers for risk, I think we probably all know someone in the workplace that fills maybe that role a little bit. And so now me personally, I'll just talk from my perspective. I look for people that, not the going the extra mile people. Of course, those people should be recognized appropriately. I'm talking about the person that is like opens up the workplace and closes the workplace. The way that I would address that is talk to them about things not regarding work. And I think that through those questions, you'll get some pretty good indicators of where the other realms of their health lie. Do you have any recreational sports, or do you go to the gym or go on walks, or, anything that's outside of the professional realm? I think that you'll get answers that are pretty telling if they're, struggling.
Thanks for that. I really appreciate hearing that and being reminded of that, the subtleties of not being able to recognize people who are burying that. And also, what it reminded me of, Richard, when you talked just now, is being conscious of all of our colleagues, whether they're veterans or not, our friends and our family members. I mean, I think statistics unfortunately say 60% of us will know someone who dies. That's over half the population, which means we're not informed or doing a good job. Janet, do you have another one? Otherwise, I got another one here. But
Yeah. And we're doing okay on the time slot too. So we've got room for more questions. Okay, so you had mentioned questions, comments that would not be helpful when you're asking to return to work. But can you share some questions that would be okay to ask? Most of us mean well when we have these questions.
Oh, that's tough. I appreciate that question. That's difficult to answer because, at the same time, you want to show that you care. You want to recognize that that person went through something, and you want to make sure that you know that you're there for them as they transition back into the workplace. I think easing into it, maybe, like everyone knew what had happened. Everyone talks I can't speak for your organizations individually, but people know that you're gone for 90 days, and they're gonna ask, where has this person been? Because I certainly have been on extended leave for fun. So I would say because it's a professional relationship, talking about work first, something like, hey, I know you're just getting back into the office. Is there anything that I can help you catch you up on this specific program? While I would avoid saying, while you were gone, all of this crap has built up. Definitely avoid saying that, and saying something more positive like, hey, I took care of XYZ while you were gone. So now as you come back, this is where it's at for you to pick up. So the questions that I would propose to them would be, starting out easy, not going straight for the jugular. How's your divorce going? How's your, are you going to therapy? Whatever. Just say, hey, I know we're coworkers. How can I help you get back in the seat and, start building?
That's great. That's a really great response. Thank you. How do we get this offered to all families who have lost someone?
oh, this information.
I assume this information. Yeah, that's what I was just going to say. It wasn't necessarily from the last question, but yes, I think like all this information.
We get people like Richard to speak up more often. I know CalTAP is doing that. We're doing that as US Vets. I think CAPSA, the California Associated Veteran Service Agencies, is really working hard at that. But whoever asked that question, you're correct. This needs to be so much more widespread. And the topic is scary for a lot of people and something people don't feel comfortable, which is why we continue to do this. I don't know, Jenna, you have a lot more kind of connection at Calvet, probably to reaching a broader audience. We certainly try to do our best. We're implementing sort of the public health approach at US Vets to make sure everybody gets assessed, no matter they come through case management or therapeutic intervention. or they attend groups or information sessions. So anybody we sign up, we're working at implementing. Thanks to Justin, our suicide prevention coordinator, our director rather, to make sure that that gets assessed. But you have any other response to that, Jana or Kirk, in terms of resources?
Yeah, we've been putting a couple links that are on the Calvet website in the chat, and I'll continue to do that throughout this webinar. And we try to get the more webinars going that have this information, and then we're able to take the webinars that are recorded and put them on our Calvet YouTube channel, which is available 24 hours a day for anybody to view and get more information.
Thank you. I think it's so important, and you can request it through AFSP, the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. If you have a local suicide prevention center like we do here in California, at D.D. Hirsch right here in LA down the street, they will often do training. The American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, in addition to working on their board, I'm a certified trainer. I will go anywhere. They do it for free because I have this information. The information Richard provided, and thank you again, Richard. There were so many poignant pieces that need to be communicated, and even I, with all my experience, was still learning things from him. So I do appreciate that, and I do. I'll put those websites, but afsp.org. I saw Amy. Did you get your question in by any chance?
I think Amy had asked a couple of them.
Okay, I think we're good.
So yeah, Amy, if you have other questions though, you always have good questions. Please put them in. I'm monitoring them. And also, for those of you that have written really kind comments about having Richard come talk, thank you so much. He's able to see them. So all the presenters are able to see those when you send them in.
I know we're almost to break, but if you find any more coming up, Jen, let me know.
There was another question of how do we collaborate with you as an independent nonprofit?
Collaborate with you or with Richard or with
I
us?
believe it came in when Richard was talking. So
Reach
reach out to you
question, email me.
Yeah.
You can email me directly. Robert has my contact information. There are certain things as a service member that I'm allowed to do and certain things I'm not allowed to do. So I welcome the help and email me and we can discuss.
Thank you. And I'm happy to act as a first point of contact for you, Richard. I know we're going to come out of time in just a few minutes. You mentioned one other thing, and then I think, unless you have any more, Jenna, we can head to our break. Some of the things that you said are really important. I am a private practice clinician, and I want to emphasize what you said in terms of your recovery, the multiple modalities, including the inpatient treatment. So many people that struggle and think somehow they're going to be able to get to sobriety on their own. And I know that that's next to impossible. So one, I would ask you just to tell us how you got to that point. I think I know from what I just heard. But the other thing you said that's really more important is transmagnetic stimulation. Our former director for the Department of Mental Health, when he was here, thought that we ought to have trucks, going throughout LA with mobile stations, and he'd worked at the VA because of the amazing impact. If people don't know about it, look up TMS, transmagnetic stimulation. I've had clients, Richard, that experienced exactly what you did. People who are treatment resistant to medications, who are struggling with just regular talk therapy and haven't had a breakthrough, can often have pretty amazing results by that particular thing, as well as things like acupuncture, group help. I think the really just appreciate how much you shared about your therapeutic journey and the importance and the referral. We have our clinicians often running into the substance abuse issue and knowing that it's not only part of the culture, but encouraged for all of us, but especially for the veteran community. They've been asking the same question. So I guess I'll close with that if you want to take a few minutes of last words on what you'd recommend about approaching clients about that or supporting them. And I just want to thank you again personally. I think you're my hero, and for the amazing vulnerability that you continue to share. And I know that's part of your own recovery process, and recovery is the key. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Robert. And yeah, you said it right at the end there. I mean, you giving me the opportunity to speak is really part of my recovery journey. So I do appreciate the opportunity. The multifaceted approach, it it had to all happen. I don't know that you can do a single, just the talk therapy. And everyone's needs are different, and mine were just really deeply embedded in a lifetime of trauma. So I probably needed more care than most. Um, I was Yeah, I will say just the combination, the talk therapy, the medication, the becoming sober was huge because I couldn't have done any of the healing with that sort of cloud hanging over me. Um, what I will say, two things that I want to end on is that you have survivor's guilt as a suicide survivor, in that when you return, to your office and to your family and to everyone, you feel you owe them a reason of why you wanted to end your life. And keep in mind that people have that running in their head when they come back, and it's difficult. And you have you feel that you've betrayed yourself on a deeply personal level by wanting to end your life. And the forgiveness in that has to come from you. You have to forgive yourself internally for trying to end your own life. And living with that through that conversation is very difficult, and then explaining to your loved ones kind of how you arrive to that. So I would say try to keep that in mind with people that are struggling or have survived suicide. And thank you so much again for the opportunity to speak. I really, really do appreciate it. And thank you so much for the love and support in the Q&A. It's amazing. It's always nice to hear back from everyone. Thanks again.
Thank you so much, Richard. Thank you for the questions, everyone. And we're actually perfectly right on time. I do want to emphasize that we are going to try to stick to the agenda as much as we can, but we will get to your questions. So we are now going to take a brief 15-minute break to allow people to get up and stretch and get some a beverage or use the facilities. And then we will actually be back here. It's 10:30 now. Let's come back at 10:45 as our agenda is scheduled. I did post an updated one or another agenda in the chat for some that maybe have logged in a little bit late. We are aware of the link login issues with some people that are having issues joining us for this webinar. We have sent out another email blast from our constant contact with an updated link. Hopefully this is may cure the issue. We may have more people join us at a later time. So let's sign off, and we'll take a quick break, and we'll see you all back here at 10:45. Thank you. Okay, and welcome back, everyone. I would like to welcome us all back. It is now 10:45. Uh, we have a lot of information to get back to, and there are still a couple questions. And for those that did post a couple questions in there, I would like to mention that we're going to address those again following up in the end, or maybe the speaker will address those directly in the Q&A portion. And now I'd like to welcome in our next guest speaker. This is retired Chief of Police Dave Weiner. It's my pleasure. Dave brings over 30 years of dedicated service spanning military law enforcement and corporate security. Starting as a military policeman in the U.S. Air Force in 1993, he advanced through various roles, including patrol officer, canine handler, and a supervisor. As director of security and assistant chief of police, he rose to regional chief of police for the U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs Police, focusing on crisis intervention and suicide prevention for veterans. Mr. Weiner spearheaded innovation VA programs like the Veteran Mental Evaluation Team, or VMET, in an effort to keep veterans and community members safe. He holds a master's in psychology and a bachelor's in homeland security, and he's certified in veteran behavioral health and workplace violence. He serves on multiple boards, including the Veteran Community Oversight and Engagement Board and the International Public Safety Association of Mental Health Board. Mr. Weiner's expertise spans topics like the veteran cultural competencies, mental health response, and workplace violence prevention, making him a much sought after speaker. So with that in mind, please welcome Dave Weiner. Welcome, Dave. Thank you for joining us.
Hey, thank you, Kirk. Really grateful to be here today. Really grateful for CalVet and CalTAP for having me speak about our programs today.
Excellent. And if you would like to share your screen, you're more than welcome to take the slides if you would so desire, or I can just advance them if you don't want to do that.
I'll just say next slide. How about that?
Fair enough.
Awesome. Well, welcome everybody. Again, thank you for sitting in on our presentation. I'm gonna kind of walk you through the VMET program, the Veteran Crisis Response Program that I developed. But I also want to point out that it wasn't just me. This is a labor of love for a lot of people, and a great many people in the LA County area, more specifically. So as we walk through this, I'll share with you a little bit about how we arrived at this program and kind of its current state of affairs and some of the outcomes we had. So next slide, please. So when we start thinking about, we have to go back a little bit. We have to go back to 2018, and at the time we had probably the largest population, and we still hold the distinction here in LA County of having the largest population of veterans anywhere in the country. But unfortunately, that distinction also included the highest number of homeless, highest number of suicides, and a lot of those negative things that we had. But a bigger challenge that was happening here, at least around that time, that we noticed was there was a lot of lack of communication and collaboration and cross agency integration in relation to serving the veteran population, especially as it related to crisis response, which we're going to talk about. And we knew there were some definitive opportunities on where we could improve and collaborate, especially with something so critical. Next slide, please. So one of the things that I'll talk about that some of you on here may be familiar with, which is the Mayors and Governors Challenge. LA County was one of the very first cities and counties to participate in the Mayors and Governors Challenge. We were one of the inaugural cities and counties. And one of the things that we looked at in that process was doing a bit of a gap analysis. We realized that there wasn't a lot of meeting veterans where they are as far as a crisis response piece. And it really wasn't proactive in terms of follow-up and other things, especially with veterans who are in crisis, in real time. The other thing, in talking with our community partners at the time, were our, just law enforcement contacts with the mentally ill. We wanted to figure out better ways to engage that community, especially with veterans that suffer from post-traumatic stress or traumatic brain injury, or military sexual trauma, or any other mental health issue. We also looked at cultural competency. We knew a lot of our first responders have a lot of really good training here in LA County. Unfortunately, a lot of them didn't really have that cultural competency as it relates to engaging our military and veteran folks. And, you know, we also considered that having that and having some education around and a resource would provide better outcomes. And our first responders would be able to speak the same language as our veterans and military community. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, so when we became part of the Mayor's Challenge in 2018, myself and then Lieutenant John Gannon from the LA County Sheriff's Department, we developed a white paper or a concept paper on a veteran crisis response team. And we saw that as a gap. We saw that as something that was needed, that wasn't being done. And that's really what the Mayor's Challenge, our Mayor's Challenge team focused on. We didn't focus on things that, you know, that are kind of already out there. We really tried to look at what are all the things that we aren't doing as a community and as a resource. And so my department at the VA, I was based out of Long Beach. We partnered with the LA County Sheriff's Department to kind of develop this pilot program. And basically we modeled our VMET program, the Veteran Mental Evaluation Team, basically after the Sheriff's Mental Evaluation Team and LAPD's Mental Evaluation Unit. And really this program, VMET, was basically a VA police officer partnered with a VA clinician, a mental health clinician, who were clearly culturally competent, but they would co-respond with local law enforcement whenever there was a crisis call in the community, because that was a way for us to meet veterans where they are. The goal of these programs is care, not incarceration. Every part of these co-response teams was designed to get veterans into a system of care rather than incarceration. And we wanted to figure out the best way to do that. And the reality is the Sheriff's Department now having a linkage to the VA through our VA police, we're much easily able to get veterans into the appropriate care. And that eventually turned into, you know, I retired, or as I like to share, I escaped the matrix in 2019 from government service. I retired from law enforcement. And after I retired, the Sheriff's Department pulled me in as a consultant to help them develop their pilot program. So I worked very closely with Sergeant Bojorquez, Bojo. Some of you on here may know Bojo. I worked very closely with him and Lieutenant Gannon to develop the program for the Sheriff's Department, which is currently in existence. And I'll talk a little bit more about some of those successes and things towards the end of the program. But they also rolled out their program, which means they're working very closely with the VA, or the county and the VA are kind of attached at the hip in terms of resources and programming and other things, especially related to crisis response. So there were a lot of opportunities here to put together programs, or this particular program, in a way that met veterans where they are in the community. Most veterans, you know, outside of the West LA facility, most veterans live in our communities. They don't live on a VA campus. So we wanted to make sure the VA had enough reach, or we were able to reach out into the community. And I do want to give a lot of kudos to the VA Medical Center leadership. Mr. Dannenberg and the rest of our executive leadership team were incredibly supportive of this model and gave me the resources and the space to basically carry out the Secretary's first priority, which is reduce or eliminate veteran suicide. And I think this was a good step towards that process. Next slide. So I know this slide looks a little convoluted, but I wanted to give you kind of an understanding of how our program operated. So in a lot of cases, sometimes veterans don't call the crisis line. They'll call 911 locally, which would initiate a response from a local agency, whether it was the sheriff's department or another agency. Anytime it was a crisis call, the sheriffs would typically call the mental evaluation team at the sheriff's department, and get mental health experts rolling to those particular calls. And that would go to the Met triage desk. We had a direct line to the Met triage desk. They would call VA police or they would call us. We would make our internal notifications to whoever we needed to make notifications to. And then we would all be assigned to do a joint assessment of the veteran and figure out, hey, what's going on here? What is the best solution? Some cases it was, hey, we're going to leave them with a family or friend because maybe it didn't rise completely to that level, or they didn't meet criteria needed to take them to a hospital at that particular time. We collaborated with the veteran to make sure that we did what the veteran wanted to do, not necessarily what we wanted them to do. And it was a much more collaborative effort. And whether they were left with a family member, or whether or not they were put into a system of care like our emergency department or something along those lines, we would still have a follow-up loop to make sure that that veteran was also getting the follow-up services that they need, because now that they're out of crisis, we wanted to make sure that they were being given the right resource at the right time to help them do the things they need to do. Next slide. Now, this particular slide is, I know, again, very, very busy slide, but this is how the LA County Sheriff's Met team would assign calls to our VA, or the West LA VA. So anytime that box, it says check if patient is a veteran, anytime that box was checked, it would direct whoever entered that into the system to call the VA. So we would constantly get notifications from our community partners that we had a veteran in crisis and that there was something that we either needed to respond to or we needed to follow up with. And I think that's an important part of the process. So we were very, very joined at the hip with our county partners to make sure that we were becoming aware of all of our veterans in the county specifically, that they were getting, again, the right resource at the right time. Next slide. So our VMET program, again, very, very important. Community partners were very, very important. And I'm going to quote Lieutenant Gannon, who's now a commander. I'll quote him. He basically said, we at the Sheriff's Department need the VA more than you need us. Mainly because the VA at the time, we are still the best place for veterans to get care. And I think that working with VMET, VPAN, and the LA County Department of Military Veteran Affairs, CalVet, US Vets, this became a big collaboration between many, many different organizations that I'll talk about on subsequent slides. But community partner engagement was super important because we have a lot of resources here in LA County, and I would argue that we definitely have those. But the biggest challenge is that not a lot of people know about what resources are available to them. So, we would always ask who's not at the table that needs to be here. We wanted to make sure that we brought in every community partner that had a touch point with veterans to make sure that if one organization couldn't provide a resource, we definitely had another one to do so. So there, obviously there's some overlap, which led us to do a lot of problem solving. But one of the other critical pieces was training. And I'm going to talk about that in a little bit, but I think training was important in making sure that we educated a lot of our first responders, especially the ones, patrol officers that go out and they're the first on scene for a crisis call. We want to make sure they have what they need. Next slide. And again, when we talk about community and partner engagement, you can see all the different organizations on here. And I couldn't fit every organization on here. So if you're on here and you don't see your organization, I apologize. Just know that you're at the table. But these are primarily a lot of the organizations that initially we started to partner with and started to provide resources to veterans or refer a veteran who might be in crisis, refer them out to VPAN or the Veterans Resource Center or CVJP or US Vets or any of those organizations. All of these organizations are incredibly important. Every one of them plays a role in serving our veteran community, especially when they're just coming out of crisis. So I think, and a lot of these organizations also provide post or pre crisis information and resources and those kinds of things. So it became a really holistic approach. Next slide. So let's talk about training. Training is near and dear to my heart. It's something I've done throughout the majority of my career. And one of my mandates from the Sheriff's Department is that we wanted to make sure that the training that we provided to our local agencies was post-certified through California Post, which is Peace Officer Standards and Training. And we went to the state and we filed all the appropriate paperwork, and we have several classes now that are certified through the state and through state corrections. We're not just training our patrol officers, we're also training our custody personnel to make sure they know about veterans who are justice involved. We're doing a lot of training around that. These classes have been well received by patrol deputies. A lot of them basically have told us that, hey, this was information I didn't know. I didn't know about some of the resources that were available to our veterans. I better know what resources that I can call in to assist me at a call so we can have better outcomes. And that's the idea of all this. Next slide. So some of the essential components of our trainings is really giving a basic cultural competence of how, our veteran community, those of you that are veterans know what I'm talking about. Sometimes we can be a little difficult, but there is a language we speak. And that is critical in doing the next piece, which is what we call veteran-centered crisis stabilization. We have a very specific model that we use to share with our law enforcement personnel on how to stabilize a veteran who is in active crisis. And again, we focus on the system of care versus incarceration. We don't want to incarcerate veterans. We want to get them into the appropriate system of care, whether that's the VA, whether that's at the county, it doesn't matter. Obviously, that picture that you see, we actually put our law enforcement, our custody personnel through veteran-specific practical exercises. So they know how to speak. They leverage some of the language we use in our crisis stabilization training to make sure that they practice some of this stuff and make sure that it's kind of sticking. And then they also leave with a whole thumb drive full of resources and phone numbers that they can refer people to. It's become kind of part of the core mental health training that our law enforcement get here in LA County. Next slide. So again, this is our crisis stabilization model. We use the respond, observe, assess, react methodology. This is used currently in crisis stabilization, just in general in the crisis intervention training that the Sheriff's Department offers. But we've adapted it specifically for veterans. You can kind of see the different aspects of the training. I'm not going to dive because I could do a whole nother class just on this today, but you kind of get a sense for some of the things that we're looking at. And, it really guides our law enforcement folks, gives them a roadmap on how to appropriately, observe, assess, and react to a situation involving a veteran in crisis. Next slide, please. So let's talk about some results, because I think this is important. And this was a female veteran who was in active suicidal crisis and was encountered by patrol, and she was running around with a knife. But they took time to slow things down, and they called our team out. And we went out there, and she was so happy that the VA was able to respond out, and we got her into care. We brought her back to Long Beach, and we got her into the appropriate care, which is the idea, right? But veterans in general, and I know there's some veterans on here that may not have gotten the best care from the VA. I get you. But I will tell you that overwhelmingly, we have a lot of veterans that even though they complain about the VA, they do realize that the VA is their place. And that the VA doesn't give bad care to everybody. I get my care and have gotten my care at the VA for a long time, and I'm very happy with it. And I think that because this situation involved a veteran, and she was more appreciative of the fact that they were not just going to take her to a county hospital. They were going to take her to some place that actually got her, and was culturally competent. And I think that's an important part of the process. Next slide. So this was a standoff at Motel 6. When we got a call, they were negotiating with this individual. They asked us to respond out there, and we did. And as you can see, one of my teammates, Chris Berry, he really was able to go out there and basically calm the situation down, which ultimately ended up having the veteran basically surrender and come with us, and got them into a system of care. And these are folks that are in active suicidal crisis. Some of them have weapons, some of them didn't. But at the end of the day, the veterans themselves, these are direct quotes. I think veterans know veteran issues, which is true. The sheriff needs maybe like some veterans on their force, and they do. And the VMET team for the sheriff's department actively serves our county, responding to calls with nothing but veterans who are in crisis. And they've been very, very, very successful, especially working with the VA team and collaborating with VPAN and some of the other programs that are out there. Next slide. This was another veteran who was in crisis. They ended up taking this veteran to a different hospital. But at the end of the day, we were able to get him back to the VA. And we talked to these veterans once they came out of crisis, and we said, hey, just give us your feedback and tell us, what your thoughts are about this type of team. Do you think it's beneficial? Do you not? Because I think it's more powerful to hear from our veterans that have been served by the team rather than me just tell you, hey, this is a great program. These are veterans that we engaged with, and obviously I've sanitized them a little bit to protect privacy. But these are veterans who were actively served by this team, and it made them feel better knowing that the VA was truly engaged in a community type of way, and has yielded nothing but positive benefits. Next slide. So this was a big deal. This was a veteran, and these slides are courtesy of Captain Dave Harris at the West LA VA. But this was a huge effort between the VA police, the VMET team, the sheriff's VMET team, the American Legion, Post 309, Star Post 309. This is a veteran who was dealing with some embezzlement and / elder abuse. And this was pictures of his home. This is where he lived. And this was a very, very terrible environment for this veteran to be in. He also had some issues with dementia, which is probably led to a lot of this. But this was tragic. So a whole group of us went out there to help clean out this veteran's home, and got this veteran on a conservatorship. Next slide, please. But you can kind of get a sense for these are the kind of things that VMET, VPAN, the collaboration in LA County, this is what it's meant for, to help those that unfortunately aren't able to help themselves in a moment of crisis. And you can see that we spent a good portion of time cleaning out this veteran's house, over the whole day. We probably had 40 or 50 volunteers out there, helping us remove this stuff and get this veteran into the appropriate care system. Next slide. Again, this is the pictures of the entire property, debris, trees, all kinds of stuff. And next slide. And you get a sense, if you look in the back, you see that blue dumpster. We filled up 2 or 3 of those, cleaning out this veteran's home. But that was the group of folks from VMet, from the Sheriff's Department, from the VA, from the American Legion, who went out there to just help a veteran. And this is what it's about: community collaboration. What are we doing to help our vets, especially the ones that are in crisis? So this program is near and dear to my heart, and this is representative of what the VMet program in general represents. Next slide. So during my tenure also, we got interviewed by the Washington Post, as well as there were some other news stories and things. I have a bunch of different links that I can share with everybody. I'll leave my email in the chat for those of you that want to connect with me afterwards. But we had a lot of positive media around this. And I think this is important to note. And this program doesn't exist just in LA. It's been rolled out in different forms and formats around the country. I know that'll probably be one of the questions maybe towards the end of this presentation. There have been other VAs around the country that have started this program. Some of them are a little bit different and set up a little bit differently, which makes sense because not everybody operates like we do here in LA County. But I think it's important to note that this program has made a difference in a lot of people's lives. And I'm incredibly grateful that I was just a small part of this program. And I'm incredibly proud of the folks that have been out there doing the work, meeting veterans where they are, getting them out of crisis, and then getting them into the appropriate resources. So I couldn't be more proud of that. Next slide. So earlier on in the presentation, I discussed the white paper that Commander Gannon and I wrote. If those of you that are interested in the copy, please scan that QR code. And again, I'll leave my information in the chat for those of you that want to reach out. Maybe you don't want to ask me a question here, but at this point, I'm happy to take any questions about our program or any questions in general about crisis response.
Well, Dave, I'm going to start us off again. First of
Of
all,
course.
again, I just want to make sure everybody knows you are one of my heroes. I got to meet Dave very early on at the Mayor's Challenge, and the kind of dedication and support he provides to the community and the collaboration he brings together is really incredible. Dave, one of the things that came right off the bat, because I know how important to us, especially at US Vets in the residential treatment processes and programs, is what kind of training do you offer, and what is your feedback? I learned from working on the crisis line, the process of de-escalation, but what would you kind of want to provide, or could you provide for one, just practical kind of feedback and advice for us today? And then also, do you do some training, and how do we get a hold of that?
So great question, Robert. And again, thank you for having me on today. I'm super grateful. So we're doing actually a lot of training right now, a ton of training for LA County. We're doing a lot of training around justice-involved veterans, because that has been a big demographic where we partnered with the LA County Department of Military Veteran Affairs. We have our veteran cultural competency training. We do training on mental health identification for veterans. A lot of those classes have been tailored a lot for our first responders, because that's obviously my background and that's my sweet spot. But we've been doing a lot of different training around de-escalation, crisis intervention. We do workplace violence prevention. We do a whole host of, my company does a lot of training in that regard. So we kind of do the whole gamut of safety and de-escalation training because it's needed, especially for outreach. We have a field risk management class that we do for our VPAN folks and our other community partners out there that work with the community, especially our unhoused population, folks that unfortunately suffer from mental illness, or folks that suffer from substance abuse. We want to make sure our outreach workers especially also have the knowledge, tools, and abilities to keep themselves safe while they're doing the Lord's work out there, helping our community. So
And it's so important. I mean, having been in the mental health field, and now, of course, in LA and Orange County, surrounding counties, I'm sure in California, the homelessness issue and the need for mental health. And before you can get to that support, it's often being able to, help somebody de-escalate and get them in. How do we access the training? Do we go to your website or?
Yes, I can drop my website also in the chat for those that are interested, and or you can just reach out to me. I put my email in the chat, so those of you that are interested in those kinds of things, please reach out to me directly. Um, Again, we're doing a whole bunch of stuff around the county and for community partners, so happy to happy to entertain any of those questions as well.
We also have residence facilities in the Inland Empire and now in Ventura. Have you been able to get there yet in your terms of your outreach and efforts?
I have not, but I'm sure you and I can chat afterwards, Robert.
Okay, I will. I so appreciate you being here. Again, for clinicians, I know we have a little bit about de-escalation, but what do you have feedback for specific case managers or some of our residential case managers who work with veterans that sometimes become high risk in terms of how they are approached, and when is it important to call you, just out of curiosity, or call the services?
In all honesty, I think the biggest thing is a lot of veterans, and I'm speaking broadly in broad terms, right? I think a lot of veterans feel misunderstood, and I think even more so when it's they're interacting with someone who is not a veteran. And I think the cultural competency piece is super important, because that helps navigate that space for somebody who's in crisis. Because if they don't think that you're going to get it, they don't also think you're going to be able to help them. So I think the cultural competency piece goes a long way. And I also think just basic things like active listening, empathy, compassion, being non-judgmental. I know some veterans out there don't want to be judged, for, especially if they served in combat, and they're a little conflicted about their role or or what they did downrange, and now they're coming back and they're leery about sharing some of those experiences, and they're a fear of being judged, for doing what they were ordered to do in some cases. So I think the cultural competency piece is probably the biggest piece for me. And as you saw from some of those short case studies that I shared, most of them thought, well, hey, if you have veterans serving veterans, that's great, that helps. But even if you are a veteran, you should still be up on crisis intervention techniques, and those kinds of things. I would certainly, and I know a lot of our clinical partners out there get that, get that piece of it. They understand those things, but I really believe active listening, empathy, compassion, is super helpful in bringing a veteran out of crisis.
Thanks, Dave. I'm going to get more specific now just because I want to know. But Jan, also, if you see questions coming up in the chat, please interrupt me. So I have a combination of veterans and non-veterans that work with us, and I'm a non-veteran myself. So one of the things I found being a clinician is that key aspect you're talking about is being able to understand and connect, first of all, and then communicating lack of judgment. I think one of the things I've learned in the wisdom of my many years of being a clinician is, there by the grace of God go I. I do understand why people cope with substances and process addictions, and I know they don't intend to get to where they end up. Obviously most of the time. How do you communicate, or how would you recommend we communicate, either a veteran or non-veteran, that lack of judgment? I think I got most of it. Empathy, active listening. I mean, are there things you say, or I mean, I always prefer to talk about it to make sure it's clear. But do you have any other feedback on that?
Well, I'm glad you kind of hit on that, because one of the things that we talk about in our trainings is that, most of the veterans on here would likely agree with me that our substance of choice over the years has been alcohol, right? In a lot of ways, and mostly because that behavior was heavily encouraged in the military. And it was very much discouraged or never discouraged. And the reason why I point that out is because the first time a veteran has ever heard they drink too much is when they get out of the military and their family has noticed that they're drinking too much. And, you know, in the military, because it's so accepted, there isn't that there isn't that checks and balance. So I think when veterans, if you see somebody struggling with a substance like alcohol on the outside, say, hey, you know, I know this is a cultural component in the military, but understand it's going to be perceived differently here in the civilian side of the house. So kind of, you know, not, and it's definitely not a shaming thing, but just letting, you know, a veteran know that, hey, you're going to get questioned a lot more on the outside of the military for your drinking habits than you ever would in the military. And that's not a judgment piece. That's just a fact. So I think sticking to facts instead of feelings in those moments, instead of telling a veteran, hey, I think you're drinking too much, you know, you're like, hey, just understand the military, it was different. And now that you're transitioning, and that should also be part of the transition conversation, which is also a struggle for a lot of veterans. I think having that conversation around, hey, you know, civilians are going to view your drinking habits differently. So it may be something you want to be cognizant of, you know, while you're out there. And if that's something you need help with, I'm here to jump in to help you, you know, and provide you some resources that might be helpful, rather than, you know, like I said, going down the route of, hey, you drink too much, stop that. That never works, right? So I I think I think how you frame things with veterans is important.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. I think Richard, you're following up too on what Richard said as well in terms of the encouragement and then the problems that develop afterwards. And I work with all of my staff in terms of understanding that as well. One last question, and I'm going to share this with whoever is out there. I don't know, Kirk, if you see some in the chat, please signal me. And if everybody feels, everybody enabled to write questions in the chat. In terms of local resources, I think you did a couple of things really. I mean, I think you did a lot of things important for us to know, Dave. One of them is, you know, the crisis line is 988. The crisis line 988 plus one gets you the Veterans Crisis Line. And the difference, which you know about, is the Veterans Crisis Line connects veterans to resources, which most of us don't know how to do as well as they know how to do. So it's very important. But I've also run into veterans who say, I don't want to press one. And so helping them understand, yes, but that can also give you information that you need. Speaking of resources, do you have guides or comprehensive lists, especially in the area of treatment? I know Richard mentioned earlier a place that he went to in Texas. Do we have local resources that you've come to know that we should help refer people to for sobriety or treatment?
Yeah, I mean, I have different resources in different parts of California, actually, that can certainly be helpful. If people want to reach out to me, I can certainly share those. You know, it's you know, but I also refer people back to the Calvet guide, the new, you know, 8th edition that just came out. You know, we actually hand that book out in both digital and hard copy format to all of our first responders, so they're able to access that while they're on patrol. Because sometimes, you know, sometimes it's good that we have local resources here in LA County, but again, not everybody knows about them. So I think, you know, what I've passed out to our first responders is specific things like, anytime you get a veteran that's in crisis, call the Met Triage Desk. That's my direction to them. And that's an internal number only to the sheriff's department, but the patrol deputies all have it. So they know that anytime they get a veteran in crisis, they're going to refer that. But I also let them know, hey, if you run into a veteran who is dealing with homelessness, as an example, well, reach out to VPAN. Our VPAN folks go out into the field and they assist with housing, or our sheriff's host team, homeless outreach services team. I give them all that information and pathways for them to connect veterans in the field, rather than going, hey, my only option is to either take them to a county hospital or to jail. We don't want that. What we want is we want them to take them away from the criminal justice system and into a system of care, more specifically a VA hospital.
That's brilliant. I don't know if people realize how brilliant that work is, Dave, and how cutting edge. Working at the Crisis Center as a director years ago, the common practice was, and it's an unnecessary and awful burden that we put on our law enforcement people to give them no choice but to handcuff someone, put them in a car, bring them to a hospital, where oftentimes, like Richard said, they aren't met with the most effective treatment, to now begin to know that no, we need to have an intervention that de-escalates them and supports them and gets them into treatment so they don't end up in the criminal justice system. So I just want to reiterate my thank you and gratitude for that. And I know I've worked with hospitals, Cedars, and the Los Angeles UCLA psychiatric hospitals that really were struggling for years to figure out this equation, and working with police and talking to them about, why are we just shuffling off that responsibility for dealing with the mental health issues that surround our community rather than becoming in charge of them? One last question, and I'm let it up. If there's anybody else, please jump in, or I'll let you go, Dave. Again, I want to thank you for being here. How do we reach the VMET team, or do we call the Sheriff's Department or Police Department first if we were to have a crisis? And then I'm certainly going to get in touch with you for more training for our organization. But how does the layperson or other organizations or service providers get a hold of you?
So one of the best ways is depending on where you are in the county, call the sheriff's department, but specifically ask for the VMET team. They will make sure that you get directed. And those of you that have my email, if you need a direct connection to them, I can certainly make that happen. That's too easy. I can connect you to them directly. If there's something out there that you need assistance with or something along those lines, and I'm certainly happy to make introductions to those that are currently kind of out there and make sure that, but like I said, it's not just the VMET team, it's VPAN, it's LA County MVA, it's US Vets, it's really a system, right? A system of collaboration here in LA County, which is one of the things that I'm really grateful for. Because I know like Robert, I can call you anytime and say, hey, I have this question or I need help, and you'll drop stuff and see what you can do to connect me to whoever. And I find that that's been kind of the standard, as of late in our county. Everybody just jumps in, especially when it has to do with veterans. Everybody's willing to kind of jump in there and help out. So I'm always grateful for that, and I always want to be part of that solution. So if I can be helpful or direct somebody in the right way, happy to do that.
Thank you, David. I know you do that, and I know that's why you're here, and I know of your passion for the cause. I think there's a question from Renee Ellender. I don't know if you couldn't get it in the chat. I see your hand raised. But if you want to email it to me, or let me know what it is. Or can you speak? Can we unmute you? I don't know if we're able to do that.
Well, one thing I will say, Robert, is just so everybody knows, I've gotten a bunch of requests. I just need to do share permissions for the white paper. So I've seen you. As soon as I hop off here, I will give everybody access to that white paper. So have no fear.
I was thinking the same thing. So where else are you currently in the state or the country? Are you also operating on a national level now to train and support?
Well, we're doing things in small contingencies around the country, in a lot of different capacities. We're mainly based out of Los Angeles, but have passport, we'll travel. I've been very, very grateful for the engagement and for the questions, and for folks that find value. And I see a couple questions. I see one question. I don't know who put it in here because it's anonymous, but it says, is there a VMET team in Orange County? And if not, will there be one soon? What I will tell you is that the VMET team isn't technically in Orange County. However, the Long Beach VA does serve Orange County, or the Orange County area. From a VA perspective, obviously the LA County Sheriff's Department can't go into Orange County. But that doesn't mean that there can't be some trade-offs. And I also see something about Riverside County. Specifically, the VMET program is here for LA County. Other counties, I've done I've taken our first responder trainings pretty much all over SoCal. I've trained San Bernardino Sheriffs, Riverside, San Diego, lots of different agencies. They came specifically, and it was mostly their mental health evaluation team type folks that came to a lot of those trainings to learn, because they don't specifically have those types of teams. However, I do know, at least when I was at the VA in Long Beach, that we sent teams into Costa Mesa. We sent teams to Anaheim. We've sent teams to different locations to work with our other community partners down there. The only thing I will tell you is I don't know if that's still policy, because I'm not in charge of the program anymore at Long Beach. But it doesn't hurt to call the VA police there and ask, and say, hey, I have a veteran in crisis, or would you guys be able to respond down here?
Oh, outstanding. I was going to ask the same thing. Are there more questions, Kirk or Jenna, before we let Dave go?
Nope, he pretty much answered it was pretty much just location questions, and he answered all of them.
Great. Well, one last question before I let you go, David. What's the first training people should reach out for? I think I heard what it was, but would you mind reiterating that?
So, if you have teams that work in the field, that work with our veterans kind of out there, I would say our field risk management training is probably covers what's needed. But we also have, a 4-hour block on veteran culture. We're doing stuff for the county right now. There's free training through the LA County Department of Military Veteran Affairs. We're doing a 3-hour block on justice-involved veterans. We're doing that a few times a month, both virtually and in person at Bob Hope Patriotic Hall. And you can go to my website, and if you look at Understanding the Veteran Experience, you can just sign up for those trainings. Because those are free to community partners. I know Jim Zenner is very, and Zuli and the rest of the team over there are eager to make sure that they're helping with some of that. So, but we're delivering.
Yep.
Yeah, we're delivering a lot of that training and making sure that folks. And then we also do a lot of mental health training. We do crisis intervention training, but what I recommend is reach out to me, because we can also custom design something just for your organization. There's a lot of different things we can do.
I'm going to be reaching out pretty quickly, because I got those, and we are expanding and working with Calvet also on more mental health. And so we're definitely going to want to liaison with you. And I do appreciate, we just expanded to Orange County, which I'm in charge of as well for US Vets, and are doing a lot of service there. I have an outstanding peer team, but I'm going to sign them up for your training and get you involved. Anybody else have any questions before we let David go? Otherwise, I'm going to turn it back over to Kirk. I was going to tell you one more time, David, thank you. David is always willing to step up and offer his assistance and support, and to come and work in the field. And you've created an excellent system of collaboration in the community. So I appreciate and recognize that as well. Any other questions before we let him go? Because I think we'll be able to adjourn to an early lunch break. But I want to thank you again, David, for being here.
Thank you, Robert, and thank you to the entire Calvet team. Kirk, Jana, I really appreciate you, and grateful for everybody that sat through our presentation. Very, very humbled to be around some of the other guest speakers with all of their experiences, and I think you're going to enjoy definitely the rest of the program. So again, grateful, and hope everybody has an amazing day.
Dave, thank you very much. That was a very informative session. And I think our questions, we do have one in there, is they put some information in there for how they can assist and provide services. So we can review that and maybe put that in the chat for everyone at a later time. I do want to remind everyone, if you haven't already opened the Q&A tab, our chat function is disabled for the attendees to post any questions in there. So there is a question, a hand raised by Renee. So if you could please post it in the chat, or the Q&A tab, I apologize. We can address it there to simplify things that way. So thank you. It's 11:35 now, and we're going to go ahead and take our lunch break. We're a little ahead of schedule, which I don't think is a bad thing, but we'll take a 30-minute break, and we'll be back here at, say, 12:05. So thank you all for joining us, and we'll see you back after lunch. Enjoy your lunch break. Thank you. And welcome back, everyone. I hope everyone enjoyed their lunch break. I know it was short, but we're going to go ahead and get started here. It's now 12:05. Our next segment is going to be on lessons learned from lived experiences and the loss of suicide. Our keynote speaker is James Espinoza, who is a president and CEO or co-founder of the Veteran Mentor Project. James is a 6-year U.S. Army veteran with retired 20-year law enforcement supervisor in public speaking, instructor, suicide prevention and wellness advocate, and current mentor and coach for transitioning veterans, first responders, and their family members. James has a passion to support veterans, first responders, and their family members. He has a master's of science degree in law enforcement and public safety and leadership from the University of San Diego. He is now a business owner of American Freedom Consulting, LLC, and he is a resilience building leadership certification trainer and certified project director. James also possesses a license to sell life insurance through RED Financial in California, with a broad network of resources to assist you with your life insurance goals. James is currently working on his private investigator's license and will also be a certified trauma resilience coach. James regularly commits his time to philanthropic work, running his nonprofit, the Veteran Mentor Project, and volunteering his time as the Senior Vice Commander of Simi Valley DAV Chapter 55, Secretary of Ventura NAMI, and second vice chair of the Ventura County Behavioral Health Advisory Board. I apologize if I butchered that. So, James, thank you very much for joining us, and we want to welcome you in and provide this next session for our viewers. Okay, so thank you for taking the time to be with us today.
Thank you for the invite to speak, so I appreciate it.
And I believe you are going to go ahead and share your screen with this portion as well, right?
Yes, give me a second while I get this set up. I believe I'll catch the right screen here on the first try.
I would like to make a note for all of our viewers. James, we are going to pause the recording during this session because James has some personal slides and information that he doesn't want to have recorded into the public forum. So I just want everybody to be aware of that. When you hear the recording paused, don't be alarmed. We're doing that intentionally just for his personal privacy for one of his slides. Okay.
All right, as we discussed yesterday, there we go. Technology is hopefully our friend today. Waiting for the screen to populate there. Sorry about that. Okay, there we go. All right, well, good morning, everybody. Thank you for that nice intro. I sound like I do a lot, but all of those things take only a few hours a day, each day of the week. So I appreciate it. I appreciate you taking the time to have this seminar. I want to thank all of the attendees, and I know at least one person is on who's seen this presentation before. It's a new presentation. I am a suicide loss survivor, put that out there, and I will have some slides that, one in particular that will come forth, and we'll stop the video shortly, and I'll get into that. Let's see if I can get this going. Right. again, a little bit about myself. I got this idea for this image of the phoenix rising from the ashes from someone in the suicide prevention space that works in Ventura County. Um, I am a 20-year law enforcement veteran. I retired last March. I've worked SWAT, the crisis negotiation team. I've been an investigation supervisor, done as many cool things I thought I could do during that 20 years. I worked gangs, homicide. I was a firearms instructor, active shooter response instructor. I also spent 6 years in the Army. I am considered a Gulf War era veteran. Full disclosure, I did not deploy to combat, but I did serve 2 years in Korea, which is still on an armistice, a technical war zone. So my overseas service was spent in Korea. And with that said, I want to come to you with lived experience, also with some compassion and also education for you. So it's not only something for me to only tell my story, but I want to offer some tools on that work for me that I launched from grief. And today, these tools hopefully will work for you as well, full well acknowledging that our experiences are different and what works for me may not work for you. But if you remove my path and insert your path into the steps, the formula should still work the same. So I'm here today to present my newest version of my evolving story called Tragedy to Triumph, Launching from Grief. And we'll get into those details shortly. And in short, we'll cover these 5 steps that I use to not only get through a deeply traumatic experience, but to launch from grief. So first, I'm going to talk a little bit about allowing yourself to grieve. So one of the big things that a lot of people don't understand, and I think especially outside of a traumatic experience, they don't understand, is that there's no timeline on grief. So allow yourself to grieve and be kind to yourself during that grieving process, understanding that this may come and go. The deepest part of grief is that very first shock of the trauma, and then over time it can dissipate, but I would encourage you to put the work in to push through it. And I don't mean by push through it by ignoring it, but by working through it and going deep. When I was in therapy, I've been in therapy for the last 6 years of my life. After my brother took his own life, I do use hard words like he killed himself. To me, I think that's important. I will use a lot of the safe talk principles and not get into any details, but these hard words are important to understand how this impacted me. Those of you that are out there that also have lived experience in surviving suicide loss, I applaud you. If you were here, if we were in an audience, I would ask everybody to stand up right now and applaud yourselves for being here. That's one of the first steps in being able to move forward. So go ahead and give yourself a silent or an air applause in that regard. But we're going to dig into that a little bit as well. Second step is to commit to launching from grief. You don't have to have an exact plan. You don't need to know exactly what you're doing, but just say, I'm going to get through this and I'm committed to getting through it in a positive manner. Third step is to plan. By planning you are not in the launching phase yet. You're just kind of gathering ideas, figuring out things to do, things that interest you. Maybe it's something related to the person that you lost or the traumatic experience you went through, or it's something completely different. For example, I'm going to be starting an apiary, which is a honey bee hive. So I'm going to be starting that here in the coming year. I'm already selling honey. It's something completely out of the wellness space, away from veterans and first responders, and something I can do that's completely separate from what I've done to launch thus far. The third step is to prepare. So prepare yourself to launch by, if you, let's say, for example, you want to start a nonprofit, you're going to assemble your board, you're going to create your bylaws, you're going to do all the steps necessary to get a California or a state corporation, wherever you are started, to get your business licenses and everything, and kind of prepare yourself for launching. Prepare yourself mentally and physically for the work that's ahead. And then lastly, launch. Launch yourself from that grief. Launch into your new project and your new goals and your new life. And I assure you, you will be successful. You'll hit some bumps in the road, but I assure you, if you kind of can implement these things, they work for me. It is not the way, it is a way. So one of the things I do when I present in person is I ask you to just get a piece of paper. You can participate or not, but write your name of a friend, write the name of a friend or a loved one who's living, who you still associate with, that you care deeply about. take that piece of paper, tear the name in half, and crumple only one half. Damage it in a way that's not too far gone, and keep it to the end of the presentation, and just don't throw it away. Just keep it there with you. So I want to give you right now this warning. It's a sensitive subject warning, and I'll let you know. I'll cue you when to stop the video. But I want to share with you something that I just recently spoke about with Doc Springer. If you know Dr. Shauna Springer, she's a nationally renowned, I would say world renowned, because she has several published books. She works in the wellness space using the stellate ganglion block, all this stuff that she does a lot of work. And we recently had a discussion, and she asked me if I knew why healers often lose more patients to suicide. So if you're at this conference and you have an interest in saving others or helping people save themselves, you are a healer. This is of interest to you. And I didn't know, I guess I took a stab at it. And I'm going to read a direct quote as to what she told me. So she went on to explain to me, and she said, quote, "Healers often carry a fear of losing their patients. We wouldn't be healers if we didn't care. Our central goal as healers is this. We want to keep our patients alive, move them out of high-risk status and help them heal." And here's a paradox for healers to understand. The best, most brilliant, heart-driven healers are also the most likely to lose patients to suicide during their career. When a healer loses patients, if we didn't see it coming because of how we think, we often ask ourselves, what did I miss? How did I not see it? These are the same gut-wrenching questions survivors of suicide ask themselves. They feel guilty, inadequate, afraid to lose another. And this way, healers and suicide loss survivors are emotionally united. So what's the reason that the best, most brilliant, heart-driven healers are also the most likely to lose a patient to suicide during their career? I'm sorry. So that's the reason. So according to Dr. Shauna Springer, they lose them. If you've ever lost a patient to suicide, it's probably not because you're not good, but because you do care and they are a true healer. It's because they are good, patients talk to other patients, and there's a steady migration of patients to the caseload of the best clinicians. Over time, the best healers see the most patients and the patients with the most complexity. So just by the numbers alone, they carry a hugely disproportionate amount of risk among their patient panels. So I want to offer that little bit of encouragement regarding suicide loss among healers. And if you could, in the chat, I kind of also like to take a poll. If you're a clinician or you work in behavioral health, if you are in the support space in terms of administratively, or you're a student, if you have a loved one with a diagnosis, or if you have lost someone and you feel safe sharing that. And then also, I would like to kind of know the space I'm in now, if you, how many of you want to thrive post-loss? If you want to thrive post-loss and you're willing to commit. So now I would ask you to stop the recording. And I'm going to move on to the next slide shortly. You can let me know. I don't know I think someone was going to stop the recording. So just real briefly for the recording purposes, I recently turned 51 and my brother was 48 when he passed in 2018. And I found myself as a patriarch trying to find myself again at the age of 44. And boy, did I get lost. I want to take you on a ride with me to help you understand how I got where I am now presenting before you. There's a Bible verse from Hebrews 13:1 that says, "Let brotherly love continue." And although this is not a church platform, this is a secular presentation, this particular verse really rings out to me because in many ways my brother's love is still showing through me, and I've worked to launch from my grief. General George Patton said, "It is foolish and wrong to mourn the men who died. Rather, we should thank God that such men lived." Now, whether you've lost someone to suicide or some other tragic manner and death, we do have to learn to celebrate the lives of those that we are gifted with for the time we have them. And George Patton's words ring true with me in that manner. It took me a lot of work to get here, but I'm able to stand before you and give this presentation. So let me tell you about my brother Ponce. He was my older brother. He was born in 1970. I was born in 73. He was my hero. I followed him everywhere. He played soccer. I played soccer. He played basketball. I played basketball. He rode his bike down the street. I rode my bike down the street. He ran track and cross country. And if you could see my full body, my full frame, I tried to run track and cross country, but it wasn't my thing. I was always known as a husky boy as a kid, and running was never really my thing. I managed to survive it in the military, but not so much when I was in high school. The running thing was not for me. So he was a champion athlete. He was voted most spirited by his senior class in high school, most inspirational by his state champion soccer team. He was MVP at the Military Academy Prep School soccer team from a defensive position, and he was slightly above average student, but he was also a ladies' man. All the girls loved him. They loved him as a friend, and I had a lot of friends too. But back to Ponce, he joined the Army and ultimately graduated from West Point in 1993. And then I joined the Army in 1993. He got his commission in 1993, and then I became enlisted in 1993. So our paths ran parallel for a while. Our service overlapped for a while. He was in Georgia and I was in Kentucky. He was in Germany and I went to Korea. But I chose to end my service in late 1998, and later I went into law enforcement after 9/11. I ended up serving 20 years in law enforcement, doing patrol, gangs, homicide, and ended up retiring as a district attorney investigator. So you see, to understand the impact of his decision to end his own life, you must know that I have seen my share of tragedy and violence too. At the time of his death, I just could not comprehend how someone so outwardly successful and so outwardly motivational, inspiring to others could take his own life. But his tragedy taught me how to triumph. His tragedy taught me how to love harder and forced me to reprioritize my life. His tragedy taught me the importance of tribe, connectedness, and purpose. And you're all now part of my tribe. Even though I can't see you, this message, you become part of my tribe. This event is part of our connectedness. We're now connected through this experience. And our love for our others, my love for just people in general and saving lives and helping people save themselves provides us purpose. So don't get me wrong, I've had my struggles. You heard Richard earlier talk about feeling safe from himself and safe from others when he was in treatment. I had a similar experience when I went to Save a Warrior for the first time in my life. I had other people caring for me in my adult life, other people like truly caring for me for 3.5 days in a warrior retreat. I can experience that. Robert talked a bit about psychological autopsy, which I'm going to touch on here in a bit as well. These things all kind of get us to a point of understanding. So I had my struggles, and it's important to know that grief knows no time zones, grief knows no limits, and grief waits for no one. And grief hurts because we loved people deeply. So I stand here before you because I have a message of hope. I believe that you can triumph through tragedy. As clinicians, healers, professionals, you too can help others triumph through tragedy. And the day my brother died, I took some time to just be a man. I'm going to tell you a little bit about the day he died, because I was at work the day I received the call. I was at work, my badge and gun on. I was actually writing a search warrant at the time, and I received a call from my nephew. And he told me that they found my brother. So quickly, my world went into spin. My question was he dead? And my nephew said yes. So at that point, I took my badge off. I took my gun off, and I put it in a drawer. I let my supervisor know that I had just received some bad news and if they could come down. And for about an hour, I took my badge and gun off, and someone else cared for me. They drove me to San Diego or to Santa Barbara. They drove me north from Ventura to Santa Barbara. And during that time, I had to process what I had just been told. I had to find his youngest daughter and tell her that her dad had passed away. We then had to make it from Santa Barbara to about 2 hours south of us in Simi Valley without my mom finding out through social media that my brother had passed. All the while, with my sobbing niece, I tried to process and put that into perspective. At the time that I had arrived to find my niece, I put my badge and gun on because there was work to do. I now became the very officer that was providing the death notifications to my family. I delivered dozens of death notifications. First was to his youngest daughter, then that 2 hour drive to tell my mother, and then, excuse me, and then one after one, family members showed up. And that night, around probably 11 o'clock at night, I just collapsed to the ground. I was home finally by myself with my wife, took my gun off, my badge off, and I just collapsed. But through those tears and through that pain that I felt at the time, I told my wife, I said, I don't only want to get through this grief, I want to launch from this grief. I got to figure out how I'm going to do that. Now, I'd asked you in the chat, I know that was heavy, so we're going to change it up a little bit. In your own experience, your own knowledge, you can go ahead and put it in the chat. What are reasons that veterans and or first responders take their own lives? To keep this a little bit interactive, I have a list here, but what are some reasons in your experiences do people take their own lives? And I don't see that I have access to the chat here. Let me see if I can see that. I do see the chat. Okay. Nope, I don't have the chat.
If they want to post in the Q&A, in the questions, they can post any of the information that they want in the Q&A tab.
Oh, there's the chat. I see chat. Okay. Trauma, loss, meaning of purpose. Yes. I see that by Robert. We can come back to that if you feel free to enter that in the Q&A or in the chat, and then maybe we can circle back and see what some responses were if they were different to mine. In the interest of time, I'm going to keep moving forward. Oops. I don't know what that is. Nope. Sorry, I have stuff showing up on my screen now that I did not intend. And I'm sorry if you hear some background music. I have neighbors that play some loud music when they're working. Yeah, uncertain about how to find relief from pain. That's good, yes. Now, I'm not sure also if you can see a clean presentation. I have all these other little windows in mine. But you can see that veterans are 72% higher risk of suicide than those who haven't served. There's no better indicator of the fight we're in right now. And to get a better picture of the battle, we lost 6,300 veterans in 2021. These statistics are constantly changing. The latest statistic I heard was 17 a day are dying by suicide, and as I've heard, as high as 44 per day. Suicide is also the number one reason for death, premature death in first responders, or specifically law enforcement as well. I'll cover some of those statistics too. Yes, I see Jana. Significant medical health diagnosis. Yes. Isolation, overwhelmed. I'm not sure. I'd be curious about the religion reason, but I think it would have to do with some guilt and things that maybe people are feeling. So the statistics for first responders, yes, loss of community. I'm just kind of communicate that in there. More likely to die by suicide, and these are also the reasons extracted out of the NIOSH Science blog. Relationship problems, work schedules, challenging work schedules and work demands. EMS, they're exposed. One interesting thing I learned through my experience, in my own healing experience, is the firefighters who we see as big heroes. When you think about it, opposed to law enforcement, a lot of times we go in and we control a scene and we make it safe and everybody goes in that can go in. But then the firefighters and EMS are the ones that are directly dealing with the trauma. So I had a shift of mindset to learn and really think about those folks, about their exposure to trauma and that up close and personal. And then on our side, we would deal with family members and death notifications and things like that. So we get a high exposure to these very traumatic life events. So now I'm going to talk about my launch. Getting into my launch, yes, I'm seeing the discussion still going with trauma and sense of hopelessness, loss of community, false accusations. Yes, can you imagine? Legal trouble is a big one as well. Many of those reasons that have been spoken of, I've heard, or I've actually dealt with in my career with death notifications and such. I don't know why this just popped up on here. Trying to get rid of that. Never fails, you get some technical issues when you start presenting. Okay, so this is my launch. This is the big turning point. All right, so I'm going to leave this. This is one of my favorite quotes up. If you can hear that music and not get a little bit motivated, we need to talk, because I love that song. I love the Rocky series, but I want to talk to you a little bit about that song itself. So the song, the words of the song say, "Rising up, back on the street, did my time, took my chances, went the distance, now I'm back on my feet, just a man and his will to survive. So many times it happens too fast, you trade your passion for glory. Don't lose your grip on the dreams of the past, you must fight to keep them alive. It's the eye of the tiger, it's the thrill of the fight, rising up to the challenge of our rival. And the last known survivor stalks his prey in the night, and he's watching us all with the eye of the tiger." At this point, my rival was my grief. I had to figure out how to overcome it. My big rival. Tribe, connectedness, and purpose were my new journey, the way to find out on my way through that grief. I decided at that point that I didn't know how I was going to win. I just knew I wasn't going to lose at that point. And I set out because I knew I was hurting, but I was determined not to give up. I didn't want the same fate as my brother. He was my hero, but he did not die a hero, in my opinion. Make no mistake, he was a hero, but he did not die a hero's death. And we have to be cautious in this realm, because now understanding what I know and being respectful to attempt survivors and also lost survivors, these people are still our heroes, the ones that we lose, that we've lost. Well, the fact that he did not die a hero's death, and I've accepted that, I think that's okay. I think it's okay for whatever version that you want to feel. If you felt that they were heroic, then that's okay too. But it's okay because I choose to live, and it's okay because you choose to live. And I choose to share this message to encourage you and others who are hurting, who have been hurt, and who will be hurt. I assure you, you can launch from grief. As Americans, we place so much importance on our identity, of our occupation. We must have other outlets. We have to have other outlets and communities to connect with. So tribe, connectedness, and purpose. I founded the Veteran Mentor Project in 2021. My brother passed in April of 2018, and I founded the Veteran Mentor Project in 2021. So that's when I learned this process of tribe connectedness and purpose. So the mission of our program is to enhance military, veteran, and first responder veterans' transition from service to civilian life in order to reduce stress, provide resources and education to improve their quality of life. It sounds like a mouthful, but in layman's terms, we mentor people and we are a sounding board for them to continue to move in a positive manner. I'm about 2/3 the way through. If we're good on time, I'm going to just keep pressing through. And who are we? We're a 501c3. We're made up of veterans, first responders, and family members. We're an all-volunteer organization. We have a 10-member board, culturally competent people. We have a retired full board colonel, which is an 06. We have a combat veteran and also family members involved. So many of us have heard the term, it's okay to not be okay. And in the words of Chief of Police Neil Gang, I'm going to tell you, it's okay to be okay. It's okay to want to launch from your grief and not want to stay stuck in grief, because that is a lonely and dark place. It's okay to heal from grief and wait for it. It's okay to let go. We're not bound by our loved one's decision to end their own life. Yes, it hurts. It hurts a lot, but I assure you they would want you to live. They would want us to live and thrive as my brother would want me to live and thrive. They would want you to launch from grief, and I'm going to give you tips on how you can launch, which I've already done. I'd like to share some successes while talking along with my program. I created the VETS program, the Veteran Education and Training for Success is what I call it. In this program, we ask our mentors to educate, empower, and encourage the mentees. So I'll briefly just touch on that. Educate them on options out there, empower them to make their own decision, and encourage them along the way. We're not going to be hand-holding anyone. We're all veterans and we're all big boys and girls. Well, there should have been another one in here. There it is. So for the mentees, we ask them to be curious, coachable, and confident. So be curious in your options and with the world that's out there. Be coachable, because nobody likes to know it all, and be confident in your decisions. And if something doesn't work out, we'll circle back and we'll get through it. We'll help you reroute. There's a 5-pillar process. 5 pillars of success are mental wellness, physical wellness, financial wellness, relationship wellness, and career wellness. Quite simply, I did a little bit of a psychological autopsy on my brother's death. I went backwards in time, as Robert described earlier. Being the investigator that I am, I talked to people. I even looked through his social media. I did lots of things to put a lot of this together. And through my own experience looking backward in time, these are the 5 pillars that I saw drop one by one, ultimately collapsing. Now, you can argue in the mental realm that you should have spiritual. There's the substance stuff, abuse stuff, but that's all included in there. So spiritual will be considered mental, and we regroup all through that. But this is a way for me to simplify the program. So these are what we do under the 5 tenets, the 5 pillars. Under mental wellness, we have options of retreats, counseling, mindfulness. Physical wellness, obviously your interests, connectedness, walks, gym, using the gym. Financial wellness, we can support budgeting, talk about their debt issues and any sort of salary negotiations for jobs. Under relationship, again, retreats, family counseling, equine therapy. There's so many things out there available that we can connect people with. And then career wellness, we'll look at your resume, support job searches, and then they even offer limited training in that regard. For the mentors, we want you to be proactive. For the mentees, we want them to be proactive. I'm not going to read this word for word, but essentially this is the program that we've designed. And again, I'm not here to sell this or pitch this to you. I'm here to share this as part of my success. So recent successes, I've been part of a VA Ad Council PSA. I've conducted and presented a prevention PSA. My wife and I are involved in the first one. I supported Prop 1, which passed and ultimately reformed behavioral health in California. We got AB 645 passed, which is a gun suicide prevention bill. If you buy guns and you go into a gun store and you see the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline in a gun store, that's from that bill. I have attended well over a dozen public speaking and advocacy events. I'm probably in the 24 range for events, plus the public speaking. There's a lot of stuff that's been going on in a positive direction, and I think the people that I'm working with and what we're doing, we're moving the needle. A lot of people ask me, one of the first questions I get is, what do I do if a veteran is in crisis? I recently became QPR trained, and that's on question, persuade, refer. But in simple terms, listen to them, keep them safe. If it's an immediate threat, call 911. Take time to validate what they're feeling, but don't interject and offer solutions. And I will tell you, I'm not going to read this again, the whole thing, but as a SWAT crisis negotiator, I can tell you, I experienced this firsthand. There is always something that somebody loves. And if you can find that one thing or those things that that person loves, a lot of time you can bring them back in to a position where they may want to survive. And the next step, once the crisis is diminishing or once they're settled, is to get them safely to support. Again, in the interest of time, I'm going to continue on, but I'm happy to touch on this further with anyone if you want to reach out. The path forward, there's a lot of things like yoga, Save a Warrior, 22-0, and tactical resiliency is mindfulness training. Stop Soldier Suicide is a fantastic organization that will help people find free mental health therapy for veterans. And there's hope. Not everyone is in crisis. Not all of our veterans that are out there are in crisis. So our goal, our overarching goal, much like this symposium or this forum, is to prevent the crisis from occurring. These are events, again, these are not self-promoting photographs. These are to show the people that it takes, the people I've been involved with, to have these types of successes, is that we didn't stay stuck in grief and we proceeded forward. And again, politics aside, the support from the legislation, the legislative people such as Jackie Irwin and you see Sheriff Luna there, to work on these mental health issues is phenomenal. So my theory is simple. Under the nonprofit umbrella, mentoring saves lives. So I'm going to reiterate my points on launching from grief. Grieve. Allow yourself to grieve. Do what's necessary for yourself to heal. And don't take on too much too soon. It's okay to take the time for yourself to heal. Commit to launching. You don't have to have all the answers, but commit to yourself that you will launch from grief. Plan. Plan a way for you to do something positive for yourself and your family, your community, whatever it is. It's about building that purpose. Prepare. Prepare to launch mentally, physically, administratively. By administratively, I mean take the legal grounds, the paperwork, the documentation, all the things that you need to do to properly succeed when you launch. And then launch. Launch. Just do it. Get out there. The only failure is not trying. So get out there and launch. So at the beginning, I asked you to write a name on a card or a piece of paper. So I want you to take that card, a piece of paper, and if you have a piece of tape or anything, just kind of put it back together. And the point of this is that that little card or the paper that you have that represents a name of a person that you have, is you can still read the name, but it's not undamaged. It's still the same name, but it looks different. So those of us with the mental health condition that we may have or may be working through, or whether we have been suicidal or not, we are still the same person. We're just different and we're changed in a way. So the representation of that name on the card is just that. Take care of it, be there for them, and just know that they are changed. So in many ways, the card represents those that we know and love, their illnesses, their challenges. The name you started with looks the same, but it is not the same. The damage to the card, although visible on the card, is not always visible on the inside of us. Yes, us, I've been damaged too. My challenge to you is to encourage those you serve to always keep moving forward, If you must move forward while crying, move forward. If you must crawl, crawl. When you can walk, walk. When you can run, run again. If you must grieve, grieve, but keep moving forward and make their tragedy your triumph. Make your trauma your triumph. Tragedy to triumph, you can do it. Launch from grief. One moment at a time, because moments turn to hours, hours turn to days, days turn to months, and months turn to years. The pain will subside, and I thank you for being here to listen and being here to honor our loved ones in this special day to have these resources or speak to you, to be part of this panel. I want to share with you one final video that is a couple minutes long, but here it is. Oh, went too far.
The bravest person I know is definitely my dad, 100%.
My friend Sean.
My daughter Cynthia, and she was in the United States Army.
One of the bravest things he ever did wasn't when he first enlisted, it was when he found his first support group.
Our journey has not been easy. One of the bravest things he did was when he asked to move in with me and my mom. I felt like I was lost, and you give me a place to stay.
When he decided he was going to go back to school after 23 years.
It was the better part of my life that I spent in the Marine Corps. Transitioning out, it's a difficult thing.
She went on foreign soil. She went to war. But the bravest thing she did is when she asked for help.
So I really appreciate it.
Well, now it's not letting me go forward here. See if we can get out of this window. Bear with me while I get out of this window here. So I'll keep talking while I fix this screen here. But I want to thank you all, and I'm open for questions now if you'd like. Thank you for allowing me to present.
Hey, James, I'll jump in while you work on that. And first of all, again, thank you for being here. I've heard about James, but I haven't actually gotten to meet him up until recently. But your reputation precedes you from friends of mine in the field. And I think it's so important to have a veteran and a person who can represent law enforcement. I've heard law enforcement speak before on the amount of trauma. We all go through a little bit of trauma, or maybe a lot in some cases, but they are the people that always see the trauma that we experience, whether it's an accident, a crime, or whatever. So I really appreciate your representation of people in that sector and all the work you've done. As a loss survivor, that was a hard story for me to listen to because it always brings up my own feelings. Because you made some really key points about how, and I really appreciate it, that grief, doesn't have a timeline. Um, I've spoken about it before. It doesn't go away. it changes. So as a professional, I also work with a lot of loss survivors, and I currently am working with a couple that are newer loss survivors. And I want your feedback on this. I think you sort of talked about it, but they've been maybe 6 to 8 months out now, and they're still in this really hard grief stage. And I appreciate you said allowing them to grieve. I think that's the hardest thing for me, and the impatience it creates in me. And they complain about it as well. Everybody else wants them to be well. And I'm trying to exercise patience and validate where they are because I think we don't live in a culture that supports that. But I'm also wanting them to do that second part you said, crawl, walk, or move forward on some level. Can you share with us some tips when we work with people in grief or for people who are in grief? I remember my journey, but now on this side of it, How do you, recommend what we can do to help people move out of that just cry and be stuck stage to crawl, walk, and get up and move around eventually?
Yeah, so three things come to mind. I could say, and I know you're doing this already, absolutely validate their feelings. I mean, that's the big thing. You know that, we all know that. Encourage them to be intentional. It's that intentionality, I think, that where discipline comes in, where you actually say, like, my worst pillar of my five pillars is physical wellness. Like, I have
Mm.
made so many excuses to drink what I want, eat what I want, not exercise, because I use it as a crutch for me to say, I don't feel like doing that. But counter to that, when I am intentional and I force myself to walk, or I force myself not to have dessert, or that intentionality, I think, is an important aspect. And what I talk about in my career mentoring space is, you're a clinician, encourage them to find a mentor outside of the clinical space that can
Mm.
fill that gap. And if it's a military loss, there is TAPS. I don't know if you heard of TAPS, Transition Assistance Program for Survivors. It's
I have, yep.
it's taps.org, and they have mentors for similar
Oh,
loss. So, like, I mentor brothers who've lost brothers. They have mothers who lost sons, mothers who lost children, fathers who've lost children, and have them mentor separately. Especially, they have to be allowed to do their journey separate at times, because we get caught up in measuring each other's loss. One of my next series is going to be on sibling loss, and the reason I'm touching on that is because I found myself always answering to how my mom was doing,
Mm.
and people rarely ask me, how are you doing? And that's hard for us if you're not allowed to grieve on your own and people don't acknowledge your own grief. So, how the first one I said, acknowledge their grief, encourage them to be intentional, and then have them find a mentor outside of a clinical space that has experienced a similar loss, and that may be very helpful for their crawl, walk, run.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. I think the couple that the pieces that you just gave that I hadn't really heard were the intentional, and I think even more importantly, what you just said. I'm understanding. I mean, the crisis line when I was the director, and I believe it's still operating this way, is pretty much run by paraprofessionals. And the more likely the success sometimes is based on the likelihood that you hook up with somebody who's a peer. Um, I once heard someone hang up because of the difference. I think that they probably disconnected from on the person on the other side. The other thing about the mentor, your program is largely around um, mentoring, and I believe what you just told me is probably the most critical thing I've heard. We have a mentorship program at our organization, but I've never we haven't. There's working with the AFSP, the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. They have a mentor program where someone with a similar type of loss goes out initially, but they don't continue the relationship. They go out initially to let them know they're heard and connect them. Are there other programs like yours? I mean, it sounds like you've hit upon a really, really important aspect.
Well, I know, so I'm familiar with Dee Hirsch, and then I'm familiar with the Camarillo Hospice. They have a drop-in type loss, but I think in no uncertain terms, people start measuring their loss. When even in group therapy, you can go, "Wow, that mom is only 37 and she lost her 17-year-old kid. I had my brother for 44 years. Why am I so upset about, right?" So it's that individual, allowing that individual space to grieve and have your own journey. And then, like Neil Gang said, it's okay to be okay. And then, like everyone else is saying, it's okay to not be okay. The individual has to decide where they want to be in that journey. But the intentionality is the most important part, because we could make excuses all day long as to why we're not doing X, Y, or Z, because we're sad, or we're retired, or my brother died. I could still be curled up on the ground crying, but that wouldn't have done me very good the last 6 years, you know?
Yeah, I know firsthand. Hey, I'm going to keep going, Jana, unless I see you pop up with questions because I'm not monitoring the chat. If it's okay, uh, James, again, I want to thank you for being here. I really thought it was important to have someone come from the loss survivor aspect, because there are millions and millions of people that have been impacted by suicide. If we have 47,000 suicide, the estimate is we have 30 people associated with each of those that have been impacted. In terms of intentional and peers, how do you help someone get to that intentional? That still is like a question for me. I mean, I think what you said for me, what I pick up is allow them to grieve, because they're not allowed to grieve a lot. But that get up and move, how did you get there? I mean, what happened with you that you were finally able to find that? I found it. It took me 2 years, I think, before I could find it. But
It took me 3 years, and it took me another year after that to still realize that I was in deep grief still. My first intention became when I formed the nonprofit. I was like, I'm doing this. It feels good. I'm following it, right? So I guess to answer that best is like, they know themselves better than anyone.
mm,
What is the thing, even going back to your childhood, like what brought you great joy as a child? And is there something in there that you can extract to follow into a new interest? And yeah, I'll use Disneyland as an example. Maybe they really loved Mickey Mouse. I don't know, but find something that evoked that childlike happiness
mm.
and pursue it, because that may be a difficult point for some people. Maybe some didn't have a good childhood, but it's just really finding that thing. For me, being service driven, going into law enforcement post 9/11, I was recharged by helping others. I became invigorated by that outside of the politics of policing. So going into that non-police mentoring space for me was exciting. I'm a coach, I'm a soccer coach, and now I'm working with people professionally, which was exciting. Now that comes for me with the caveat. Sometimes people have a lot of requests and are a little more needy, for lack of a better term, but that's what brought me to honeybees. Like, what is the interest in honeybees? People would ask. Honestly, I saw a documentary one time. I saw how we need bees in the world, and it interests me, so I'm following the interest. So I would encourage you to talk to your folks and have them tell you their interests and encourage them to pursue them. When they have ownership over their own journey, they tend to be more successful, in my opinion, because now they've created that plan. No one else did that for them. And I think being intentional in that manner and involving them in their own process is important.
Those are brilliant points, James. Thank you. I think one of the things you said, which I know as a therapist, is we lose that connection to our child, like wants and a creative ability. And so sometimes it takes a while for people to find that. And then you've created another good point for me. It takes time for people to get past the grief, and allowing them to be there, as difficult as that is, and really validating it's important. The other thing you said, I'll ask your last questions because I know we're going to run out of time soon. If we're not out already. Oh, almost. Buffers. One of the things you talked about was being able to listen to somebody till they come up um, with the reasons they don't want to die. I mean, that is a key to the crisis line. You listen to why they want to die or the reasons, and then if you listen to people long enough, they'll come up with the buffers. You did a psychological autopsy like I did in terms of looking back at the person I lost and really understanding it in reverse. Have you been able to see in law enforcement or with the veteran community places where we need to be looking, or warning signs we need to be looking at, or buffers we need to provide? I mean, I heard a few of them, but I mind if you share that again.
I think that's a great question. I think so. I was trained by the FBI in SWAT crisis negotiation. I want to qualify that. And I worked in the field for a couple years as a negotiator. What they teach us in that course is hooks and triggers. So understanding how to hook someone, a hook is positive, like this is something positive that they enjoy talking about, and it's kind of maybe releasing endorphins and improving their mood. Triggers are the things where they say, I'm not effing talking about that. That guy really gets under my skin, right? So
Right.
getting our clinicians and our supporters to understand the differences of those hooks and triggers and really staying away from triggers, but understanding how to massage and do the hooks properly. I think, to be more succinct, the veteran community since 2018, specifically with the VA, is being more proactive, and I love seeing that. I think the buffer is coming into play with allowing the veteran and supporting the veteran to follow their interests and not forcing. I'm not saying you or anyone's doing this, but not pushing medication on them. But let's just stay on the beehive thing. Find a local resource that has a beehive community that would teach the veteran. It's understanding how to access those resources. So that buffer, or the gap, I would call it, is knowing what resources are out there and then encouraging the people to use them. Because I think either you or Richard or maybe even Dave said it earlier, there's no one size fits all. There's no cookie cutter that works for me, works for you, works for Richard or anybody else. It's allowing them to create their own model for success and based on their interest. We're too caught up in diagnoses and putting people into a box that they may not otherwise fit in.
That's also, I don't know if you know how smart and brilliant you are, James, but I mean that's stuff some of the major figures in psychology are realizing that we don't need a diagnosis. It's not a condition, it's a situation, and if we can address that, we can do that. I love the idea of hooks and triggers, and the last thing you said, which I'll just underline, and let, if there's any other questions, is really, it's taken me almost 25 years. Sounds like you've learned this sooner, to understand that people have their answers. You don't have to be the smart one or the saving one or the rescue team that gives them the answer, because that's a awfully arrogant assumption that somehow you know more about their life and what's worked and not worked. And that's taken me a long time to learn that, not because I'm arrogant, but because I think I'm supposed to know the answer and give it to them rather than support them at finding the answer. So I want to thank you for that. I'm going to open up for other questions. The other thing I want to tell you is your loss is still very recent. So I wanted to tell you sorry for your loss. And I appreciate the turning point you are in, to continue to heal, being a survivor now for, I think, 11 years, maybe 12. I still recognize how those early years are still pretty tough. It took me, I think, the first 6 before I started to feel some sense of normalcy, even though I jumped into what I was going to do next early. And that sort of helped, or it helped a lot. Are there any other questions from anybody else? Otherwise, I'm going to turn it back to Kirk. I think we might have another quick break, or we might be ready to go into our last speaker. Anybody else have questions, Kirk or Jenna?
Yeah, there's no open questions in the Q&A, but feel free if anybody would like to post a question. We're still available. And yeah, we don't have a break scheduled for the next speaker for Juan coming up.
We're ready to launch.
I believe so.
Can I just close with this?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
If there are any attempt survivors on here, I want to applaud you and thank you for choosing life, because it takes a lot of courage to live. I will tell you, I've worked with a gun on my hip for 20 years, and we all choose to live. And I'm not implying or anything in that statement. I'm just saying choosing life over death is huge, and I applaud you. For suicide loss survivors, I applaud you as well for being here, and clinicians, because we need you in this space. We need all of the education we can in this area because everybody's perspective counts. Thank you very much. Stay safe, and thank you for the invite to speak.
James, thank you very much. That was some powerful story and some insightful tools that you've provided. So thank you so much for taking the time to share those with us today. So
thank you.
And now we're going to move on. Our next speaker is Juan Garcia. We have Juan Garcia, who's a veteran peer outreach program coordinator with U.S. Vets. Juan enlisted in the Army at 19 in 1999, serving for 12 years with honor. He embarked on his first deployment in response to the 9/11 attack on the Pentagon, earning his initial Operation Noble Eagle mission recognition from the president. Juan's commendations include a Combat Action Badge and Army Commendation Medal for Valor in Combat against Insurgents. And then following his military service, Juan pursued his higher education, achieving a master's degree from the University of Southern California. And he found his calling in military social work. He began his journey as a lead case manager in U.S. Vets Outside the Wire program. Today, he serves as the U.S. Vets Veteran Peer Outreach Program Coordinator, or VPOP, which focuses on aiding understanding underserved communities in Orange County, including senior adult veterans, Asian Pacific Islanders, Latino, African American, and LGBTQ populations, veteran families, as children. As a 100% service-connected disabled veteran, combat veteran, Juan empathizes with the reintegration challenges and mental health issues veterans encounter while striving to rediscover their purpose. So please welcome in Juan Garcia, and he's going to provide us our next keynote on mental health outreach and suicide prevention. Welcome, Juan.
Thank you so much, Kirk. Let me see. Will I be navigating the presentation, or
you can, if you would like to, just hit the share screen and go to your slides, or I can advance them if you need to as well. Either way.
My slides right here. Let's see if we can make this happen. Share sound as well. This screen. Oh, let me see if we can get this going right. Oh, so it won't let me share the sound for it though. Let me try this one more time. Make sure we get it right. Oh well, I'm not gonna worry about the sound, right? There you go. Looks good?
And we can see your slides.
All right, that's what I want to talk about. Okay, so I know seems a little scary when you say, "Are you thinking about killing yourself?" Right? But it's a catch. It gets your attention. It's a question that most of us want to veer away from, as clinicians, providers, or even advocates themselves. So let's go ahead and jump into this, and let's take away that negative stigma. So the agenda for today is going to be a little bit about myself, so you get to know who I am and why I'm here today. Suicide Prevention Awareness 101, just to go ahead and give you some tips and pointers, and the importance of peer support, followed by how you can contact us or visit our site. Okay, one of my favorite quotes that I've seen and I really enjoy, and I really put it into fruition for my life, is your life is like a play with several acts. Some of the characters who enter have short roles to play, others much longer, but all are necessary, otherwise they wouldn't be in the play. Embrace them all and move on to the next act. So I'm Juan Garcia, the Veteran Peer Outreach Coordinator. Thank you so much for the amazing introduction. I am an initial invasion Iraqi and Afghanistan combat vet for the 82nd Airborne and the 16th Military Police Brigade. I have approximately 8 combat tours. I spent most of my 20s into my early 30s in combat. And then I am a retired Army paratrooper. Once I got out of the military, I went ahead and I jumped on the education bandwagon. I got my degree from, breathe and relax, from the University of Laverne for psychology. After that, I was accepted to USC for my master's degree, and I specialized in social work. I became a clinical therapist and a military social worker. I then interned with US Vets Orange County as a clinical social worker, and that's where I then took a position as a case manager. Shortly after a few years of doing that position, I loved what I was doing. I was helping out the community, and I became the Veteran Peer Outreach Program Coordinator. I wear many hats, but one of the essential roles that I play in Orange County is I am the Orange County Veterans and Military Family Collaborative Health and Wellness Chair. What I do is I bring together a lot of organizations, providers, mental health service providers, nonprofit organizations, and we all work together how we can basically provide services, better services, and bridge that gap for veterans in Orange County. The photo that you see on the right here is the photo that's very important to me. I am a first generation Latino here in the United States for my family. And I really didn't see myself going anywhere further than maybe 21, 22 years old. I'm now 45 years old. I'm retired from the Army. Uh, I've done really well with my life. But one of the most important things to me was to be able to give my mother uh, my master's degree and tell her, look, I was able to do something that was meaningful and purposeful for not only myself and my generation, but also for our family. So that photo right there really resonates for me, and sometimes many of us as well. Although there's a lot of amazing things to say about me sometimes, and I always hear these scripts, and I'm like, that can't be me. There's no way possible. Um, I did go from being a hero at one point when I was in the military, especially after so many combat tours and so many missions and spending so much time in combat, that after I got out of the military, reintegrating was probably one of the hardest missions that I've ever been on because I had no control. I didn't know what was going on. It was like I got out of the military and it was like a rug was just slipped out from under me. I went through suicidal ideation. I started hearing voices. I started feeling a lot of shame and guilt for the things that I had done in combat, especially as an initial invasion combat veteran. I really was going through a lot of pain and I was so confused what was going on in my brain and my body. But at the same time, I was like stuck. I was stuck in this repetitive circle that was just when I went to combat and when I came back from combat. That's the only thing I could possibly remember. There was nothing prior to that, and I didn't see myself doing anything after that. So it was a really hard transition for me. Um, what I started doing, and I ended up finding this not too long ago, was I started journaling and I started writing down some of the things that were happening to me while I was in combat, especially during my initial invasion when we got to Iraq or to Kuwait, because we drove from Kuwait into Iraq. And I remember that as I was looking at this prior to jumping into my presentation, I keep on reading a lot of I'm so lost. I feel so alone. I can't take the pain anymore. I'm confused. What's happening to me? Um, and that was while I'm in combat. You know, I've lost about 80% of my friends to either suicide or they pass away in combat. Those of us that are left over and that are still, roaming around that I still talk to on Facebook, we're going through a lot of challenges, but I'm one of the few that's able to find a purpose in my life. You know, I want you to also take into account that despite everything that I've done in my life, uh, when I got back, I really just couldn't find a balance. I didn't know what to do. I was married at the time, but I was deployed so many times in combat that my wife ended up leaving me. She ended up taking our daughter as well. I came back to an empty house, and that's when the drinking started. That's when the substance abuse really began. And I kept on drinking and I kept on drinking and I just kept on doing things that were negative and bad that just wasn't who I was, but it was really just adding a layer to me to be able to cope and get along and get through things. And that's when the suicidal ideation began to happen. I started having these ruminating thoughts through my head that, you know what? I want this pain to stop. I want these voices. I want everything that's happening to me to just end. I don't want to be a burden to anybody. I don't want to be a burden to myself. I just want it to just stop. And so that's where I remember one night I was drinking and drinking and drinking, and I blacked out completely in an empty house, in my kitchen, just to myself, just silence. And I woke up the next morning and I was really surprised that I was still alive. And something like clicked in my brain and said, "What are you doing? Like, what's wrong with you? You need to get up. You've been through worse missions than this. You have so many deployments. You've gone through so much. You've seen so much. You got to change it, man." I literally packed up everything that I had left in my house, put it into a trunk of my car, and I drove straight to California. I drove to California just to be homeless. I got here and I didn't have anything, but at the same time, I had lost everything already. So to me, this was just, it was worth it. It was worth being here. It was worth here to be here and start all over again. And thanks to the West Los Angeles VA, they helped me out. I was an unhoused veteran and they gave me services. I remember they gave me the first blanket that I've ever received that was actually made by a lot of volunteers, and I kept that thing and I still have it to this day. And it was like the first catalyst that set me off in the right direction. So let's jump into a little bit of the suicide prevention awareness. I kind of want to just start touching base on that so we can get this going along. There is a good end to this story, and we'll save it to the end. And definitely, I want to allow you to ask some questions because there is a lot of in between that I haven't discussed. But I want to make sure that we touch base on some of the things that are really important. And that's you supporting other veterans or supporting other people who are going through really hard times and are maybe having thoughts of suicide or have expressed, hey, I don't feel like I can do this anymore, and what you can do to be able to support them. So here is supposed to be the history of suicide. So what? The history of suicide prevention in Los Angeles in the 1950s, the birth of the suicide prevention movement, let me move my screen out of the way, and awareness in Los Angeles was done by who? Three pillars. Norman, if I might ruin this, but I definitely did not go to school for pronunciating names. Norman Fairborough, Air Force veterans, PsyD in psychology. Edwin Schneidman, Army veteran, PsyD in clinical psychology at USC, fight on. Robert Littman, MD, Army veteran, all the way whole, served as a first medical director. So the how. So there was a clinical investigation of suicide notes at the VA hospital in Brentwood that really, started sparking off a lot of, hey, what's going on? We need to really start looking at what's happening with our veteran population, followed by a psychological autopsy of the death of Marilyn Monroe, which was believed to have been a homicide or a murder, but in truth was actually a suicide. And then that really started putting into question, for a lot of our women, suicide and putting it on the top of the list for a lot of clinical researchers. The first suicide prevention centers and workers then started to really kick off in Los Angeles to say, hey, you know what? We really need to start looking into suicide. We really need to start thinking about what are the risk factors and what encompasses, having suicidal ideation. And the why. To understand the nature of suicide, we must understand ambivalence, the simultaneous desire to want to live, and the desire that's also brought on with multiple factors. So, ambivalence. So, if you don't know what ambivalence is, I'm going to give you the definition for that right now. Let me move this out of my way because I keep on seeing my own. There it is. Simultaneously having the desire to die and the desire to live. Wanting to end the psychological pain, or I was actually Googling this whole word because I wanted to get a better understanding of it, but it's psychic. Like when you're just in so much pain psychologically that you're just like, I'm done. I'm done. This is way too much. I can't take it. And that's when you just have those thoughts that are just going through your head nonstop, 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 where it starts to affect your body. It starts to affect your eating. It starts to affect your mood and your daily living. The need. In 2021, there were 48,183 deaths by suicide. In 2021, men died by suicide almost 4 times as often as women. Suicide is the second leading cause of death in veterans under the age of 45. I'm 45, 13th overall. Veterans make up 16% of the annual suicides as well. And firearms accounted for 71% of all veteran suicide deaths. So what makes a person suicidal? As a suicide survivor, I had to ask myself this question over and over again. So suicide is a complex issue with no single cause. However, there's no single cause of actual suicide. Suicide is often the result of a complex interaction of risk and protective factors for the individual. Risk factors are characteristics that are associated with an increased likelihood of suicidal behaviors. Protective factors can help offset that risk factor. So let me go ahead and give you some examples as well. So to prevent suicide amongst veterans, we must maximize protective factors while minimizing risk factors at all levels throughout the communities nationwide. So some examples of risk factors and protective factors to give you a good, view is going to be prior suicide attempts, mental health issues, substance abuse, recent loss within maybe either your family or somebody that you know, um, or just maybe even a pet, relationship issues, unemployment, or homelessness. Now, some protective factors is going to be for like prior suicide attempt, access to mental health care, mental health issues, or maybe you feel like you're alone, and isolation is a sense of connectiveness or community. You also, some of the protective factors would be problem-solving skills, sense of spirituality, mission or purpose, or trying to find a mission or purpose like I did. I now have a purpose in life by helping out other veterans, or your physical health, employment. Having a job will also keep you, keep you on your up and up every single day because it gives you a reason to wake up, something to do. Social and emotional well-being. So recognizing some of the warning signs. Hopelessness, feeling like there's no way out or no reason to live. Anxiety, agitation, sleeplessness, or mood swings. Rage or anger. Engaging in risky activities without thinking. Increased alcohol or drug use. And then withdraw from family or friends. These warning signs are things that sometimes you have to be very cautious, because I know that when I was going through my reintegration, I just didn't know where I fit in. So a lot of these things also had to do with my PTSD, which I didn't understand, which is post-traumatic stress. And also it played a little bit into my traumatic brain injury, which I have a pretty high rating for both of those. I didn't get a full understanding of those things because I wasn't educated. Nobody had actually really talked to me about what was going on unless I had to go and look for it myself. So although I was already doing some of these things from the outside looking in, these are warning signs. So unless you're not educated, sometimes you might think like, hey, I got to be kind of cautious. Evaluating risk in the moment. 4 principal risk components. So the desire, the capability, the intent, and of course then the buffers. So approaching a person who may feel suicidal, how does that work out? The first thing you want to do is well, no, not really. Let me take that back. You want to look for your window to be able to ask, are you thinking about killing yourself? And by doing that, you need to remain calm, because that other person, when they're expressing their feelings and expressing what's going on with them, and at that moment in time, you yourself, as the person who's receiving the information, sometimes you will put off this either face, or you'll cross your arms, and that is very off-putting to the person. So you need to kind of sort of keep calm, not start getting all amped up, where then they start to worry themselves that they opened up to somebody and you're not listening. The first thing you want to do is you want to start giving them advice. You want to remain calm and you want to listen. You want to discuss, would you be willing to share what's going on? So you want to open that conversation by asking open-ended questions. You want to build that rapport, which is really important. And you'll also want to listen and gather information. You want to listen to what they're saying and just pay attention to those key words. And then finally, let me move this out of my way. I'm sorry, but I keep on getting the screen, and there it is. You also want to explore other options, alternatives, and then be able to summarize everything that you were able to discuss by providing at least some types of resources, right? So how do you help a suicidal person? I keep on seeing this. Have you been thinking about killing yourself? And I'll be honest with you, when I was going through my internship and when I was going through my master's, I had raised my hand and I had told my supervisor, I was like, I'm sorry, but I feel really, really uncomfortable asking this question. I just, even in just doing mock trainings, I couldn't get out of me. I just felt very uneasy, so I would beat around the bush and not be very direct. Um, you it's always best to familiarize yourself and make yourself comfortable with being able to ask this question, because this question can be able to save a life. It's very direct and very forward, and it also offers the opportunity for somebody to be able to open up and say, hey, you know what? Yeah, I am. So I just wanted to throw that in there because I know that for me it was really hard to be able to ask the question, and I know for many of you it is going to be really hard to be able to ask, even if you're doing a training or not. So you want to listen for reasons for dying and share protective factors, which we discussed earlier. Difficult life issues, isolation, mental health issues, chronic stress or crises. For difficult issues, of course, you want to give some problem solving skills. For isolation, you want to do that connectedness, be able to provide them. Hey, I know some events that are open and available in the community that are free with US Vets, Veteran Peer Outreach Program, and just plug ourselves in there, or the Outside the Wire program, which is veteran students. Um, you can go ahead and go out there and just get some. They're doing a barbecue for all I know, and you can do that on the breach and connect with other veterans from different eras that understand what you're going through. Mental health issues. There's this negative stigma that really overshadows accessing mental health. A lot of us combat vets and a lot of us veterans are or military are trained to basically really just keep all that in. You don't say anything, you suck it up, drink water, drive on. The mission continues. And when you get out of the military, that's just not the way things are. You need to pause, take a deep breath, and there's nothing wrong being enrolled in individual therapy. If you have chronic stress, you want to take into account, some biological, psychological resilience. You want to be able to really just work with either a therapist or just kind of sort of maybe even go the route where you just do some holistic things like maybe grounding techniques or just sitting outside and breathing exercises, things of that nature. And then if there is crisis, maybe having crisis intervention and de-escalation. So here are some things to remember. Listen more than you speak. Don't dominate the conversation. Let them decide how much they want to share. Make supportive and encouraging comments. Don't ask invasive personal questions. The other thing is don't inject judgment or emotion in the conversation. Stay really calm. Breathe calmly. Make sure that your posture and the way that you're responding to them is in a nice, quiet tone where that it's more a little bit more accepting and not making them feel like what they're talking about or what they're expressing is bad or negative. It's okay to ask directly, are you thinking about taking your own life? And then asking about thoughts of suicide doesn't increase the risk of suicide. And that's, I think, what my belief was. My belief was definitely that if I asked this person, are you thinking about your killing yourself? Like I just planted the seed in their head. Um, I've never ever had anybody ever ask me that question. Even when I was going through my suicidal ideation, even though I went through my 4 attempts, I never ever had anybody ever ask me that question. Instead, what they did is that they put me into counseling, they put me into these therapy things, they enrolled me into anger management, stress management. They put me on a hold when I was in the military, but at no point did anybody ever ask me, "How are you doing? What's going on? uh how can I support you? Are you thinking about taking your own life?" Everything was just like, it's bad. Article 15, put him on duty, lock him down. And I felt like, you know what? I no, I need to keep this to myself. But what ends up happening is you just build more and more and more stress and pressure. And it's just like a bottle or a balloon that's going to blow up. Asking about thoughts of suicide doesn't increase their suicide risk. And then also remind them that you're there for them. So one of the resources that's definitely all over either social media or that I see a lot now and that we're definitely trying to really have veterans utilize as well as regular civilians is dial 988. If you are a veteran, press 1. If you know somebody that's having thoughts of suicide or otherwise experiencing mental health or substance abuse crisis, and you don't want the ambulance involved, then you can just dial 988. And they'll be connected to a free confidential available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days experienced mental health, substance abuse, or suicidal crisis and trained crisis counselor. You can also text this number as well, and you'll also be able to get a response. You can even use your, if you don't want to use your phone number, if you're worried that maybe that if you're just worried, you can also jump onto your voice over internet device anywhere in the United States, and you can be able to contact them as well. They also have Spanish services. Now, something that I wanted to throw in there is as a provider and somebody that's a veteran that provides services for veterans in individual therapy or just even in my everyday life, is the self-awareness. If you have dealt with somebody or have just somebody does disclose to you, hey, I want to harm myself, I'm done with my life, or they just come to you because they want to just basically have somebody to talk to, you got to be really self-aware. You have to be self-aware that you're taking on somebody else's stress. You're taking on something that's really heavy, and sometimes that weighs really heavy on your shoulders. When I was going through my initial, clinical therapeutic life where I was providing individual services to veterans, um, I would have specific veterans that I just couldn't get them out of my mind. I would do therapy with them on a Thursday, and Saturday I would be thinking about them and I'd be asking myself, are they okay? Did I do enough for them? What else can I do? And that just kept ruminating through my head. And I was like, I would think about my battle buddies and I would think about those that I'd lost already. And I would really get like just emotionally connected to this veteran. Well, I was like, I have to help them out. Should I message them? Should I call them? Should I check in on them? What's going on? That's what you call countertransference. So countertransference arises when a person or a professional experiences an emotional reaction towards a veteran. This is often common when providers or those who are providing support or resources, um, although it may not pose a problem, but you become aware of it and then make it an effort to prevent it. Uh, so if a provider is an advocate and is unaware of their counter transference, it may affect their behavior towards the veteran. Then it can be problematic and potentially harmful when it affects the work environment or your personal life as a provider or someone that's helping out another vet. So here are 11 examples of countertransference. I just wanted to touch this. Confusing a client with someone or something that's happened in your past. An unreasonable dislike for a veteran or excessive positive feelings about the client. Giving unwarranted advice. Expressing anger in a hostile or aggressive manner. Dreading or feeling uncomfortable when you see or around that veteran, or wanted to save that veteran from their problems. Seeming over-invested in a specific outcome, or it may lead into something else that may be a little different, where you're flirting or expressing attraction to that veteran or making even sexual advances. So, can any of y'all, you're more than welcome to type this into the chat. Or maybe not, just keep it to yourself, but think about this. Can you remember a time where you experienced countertransference? I'll let that sit there for a little bit because I do remember an instance myself where I did definitely get some countertransference. And like I had said, I had talked to a client on a Thursday and Friday that week, that same exact week, I was thinking about them and I was wondering if they were okay. And I was already anxious about the next session because I wanted to see how they were doing, what the outcome was, if they had taken my advice, and if they've actually make it through their weekend getaway fishing with the other vets. So yeah, you just get a little bit over invested. But yes, I do remember that time. Now, let me jump back into this one last time. What do you do if that does arise? What you want to do is you want to establish boundaries. The first and most important thing is definitely you want to also acknowledge it. Talk to your supervisor, talk to a friend, talk to somebody else, and let them know, hey, look, this is what's going on, especially if you're a provider. You want to be able to talk to your supervisor and say, hey, look, this is what's happening. What do I do? How do I navigate this? But establishing boundaries is definitely something that's of importance for sure. So, importance of peer support in suicide prevention and awareness. So, those of you that have lived these experiences, this relates to you. So, if you're a veteran, if you're a provider, if you've gone through anything in your life where you sat there and you've thought about, suicidal ideation, if you've gone through a depressive point in your life where it's just becoming so overwhelming, where you just can't take it anymore, this relates to us and it's really important. So the U.S. Vets Veteran Peer Outreach Program and the Outside the Wire program are two programs that we here at U.S. Vets utilize for early intervention and prevention. The Mental Health and Wellbeing program was designed to provide resources and resource navigation as well as supportive services to reducing that negative stigma that overshadows accessing mental health and wellness within our veteran students and those underserved, unserved veteran communities, like those veterans that get out of the military and they're like, you know what, I want nothing to do with the military, go back into their communities. It may be like myself, I went straight back to Texas and I just basically kind of disconnected my brain for just a little bit and I almost ended up staying back home. it went back to just doing the things that I did back in the day, and I didn't want to identify as a veteran. I just wanted to just become a normal human being. There are services available for those veterans. There is help available for those veterans, and they shouldn't be dealing with things on their own, because if they try to deal with this on their own, that's then going to increase the risk of suicide. And what we want to do is we want to reduce the risk of suicide. The target populations are going to be Asian Pacific Islander, Latinos, African Americans, and our LGBTQIA populations, as well as the trans population for veterans as well. So one of the important components to being able to provide support for veterans, especially through lived experiences, is collaborating and educating other organizations that don't provide services for veterans, that aren't veteran specific, educating them how to be able to sit in the room and have a conversation with the veteran without saying trigger words or using lingo that maybe a veteran would understand. That's where the veteran cultural competence trainings come into play. We do all these things in the community. We create events and outreach events that really are tailored to talking about mental health and bringing in veterans that wouldn't identify, to be able to feel like they're part of a community. We work in collaboration with mega churches because a lot of veterans, like to go to church, and that's where they go for direction. VFWs, American Legions, Veterans Resource Centers, which are at community colleges, because one of the first things that veterans are going to do when they get out of the military is that they tap into their benefits, their education benefits, the voc rehab, VRE, or the post-night MGI bill, and then they utilize those benefits to kind of sort of give them a buffer to be in school and kind of sort of start figuring things out. But while they're in school, they're still veterans. And a lot of us were a little bit older, like myself. I was sitting at USC through my master's degree at the age of like, oh my gosh, I was 38, 39 years old. And I'm sitting there with 20-year-olds that are really just sucking in all the information. Meanwhile, I'm sitting there like so embarrassed because I don't remember anything. The moment that class ended, I forgot everything. Those VRCs are there to be able to help out those veterans. And we have individual therapists there as well that provide free counseling, as well as case managers through the Outside the Wire program. Housing facilities, because a lot of our homeless veterans that are on the street will then go to housing facilities, and we educate housing facilities to be able to identify veterans that are maybe there in their housing facilities, be able to provide supportive services for them. Senior centers for our senior older veterans, gun stores and gun ranges. As a veteran, I had this obsession with weapons when before I didn't have an obsession, but after all my training, I just really liked weapons for some apparent reason. I had an M249 when I was in the military. I was the turret gunner for my commander, and then I also carried an M9, which is a holster on my leg. And all of a sudden, I just liked weapons, and that's maybe one reason why weapons is one of the main means that we use for death by suicide. So we have a partnership with all the gun ranges and gun stores in Orange County, fitness facilities, as well as we work with the Orange County courts and the family courts, animal shelters, food banks, health providers, and veteran coalitions and collaboratives. We're all a part of every single one of these things so that we can work together to be able to provide more resources and connect veterans to bridge that gap. These are some of the events that we do in the community. We have a partnership with the Angels baseball team where we invite veterans to be able to go on the field, do batting practice, open up the field to just veterans and their families so they can be able to then really go through that social anxiety phase, because a lot of veterans don't want to do things in the community because the social anxiety, not knowing what's behind them, what's going to happen next, not having control of the situation. Sometimes it's better for you to stay home. We change that up a little bit by bringing other veterans together in an environment that is safe, welcoming, but also connecting that veteran to their family in something that's positive as well as with their children. We also do women warrior makeover and mingle work, something that's more tailored just for women veterans for themselves. And then we also have therapy at our office, as well as we have the Art of Valor, where we do art through painting. And then we also always meet as well, just to make sure that we're always connecting with not only our veterans, but our providers to be able to keep that continuity for care. So the outcome overall for everything that we want to do in the community, by not only educating veterans, providers, family members on how to support and communicate with the veteran when they come back, the overall outcome is to successfully report an increase in awareness in mental health suicide prevention, the knowledge of gun suicide and prevention resources available where you live, importance of additional safety precautions that are available, benefits of suicide awareness, as well as learning risk factors and warning signs, confidence in navigating the mental health system, because a lot of times I've done it before where I try to get onto my e-benefits and I just can't log in. It's just like it sends me to another link, then it sends me to another link, then I need to go ahead and I ID this and I need to do that. And I just tell myself, you know what? Forget it. I'm not going to set up my appointment. I'll just leave it the way it is. I'll deal with it on my own. Reports to decrease in stigma related to mental health and suicide conditions as well. So this is one of our veterans that is unhoused. He was unhoused at the time. This specific event that we were doing, it was Pets for Vets. Well, we're covering all costs for veterans to be able to adopt a pet. And we covered the cost for our veterans. This veteran particularly adopted a little pet that he has now still. He received the flyer just randomly. He was a homeless vet. He's now housed, has a job, and his life just came together after just coming to one event. And I don't think you could hear the audio. If you can you let me know, Robert, or Kirk. Can you hear that?
No, we're unable to hear that. Sorry,
Okay,
everyone.
so then I'll just leave it there. Basically, all he said was that he's a Marine. He got one flyer, came to one of our events, and his life just changed completely. He was able to connect with not only other veterans, but was able to find resources that were available to him that then improved his quality of life. That was the outcome of just one veteran that we were able to help. We've had a large influx of veterans that we've helped in the community, and that's all through our lived experiences. My entire team, we're all veterans that went from either being homeless to now being able to provide veteran services and connect with them in a realistic level, and understand what they're really going through when it comes to suicidal ideation, or maybe not being able to communicate with your family about what's going on in your head. So, how to contact us. So we have our office, which is located in Tustin. We are now an official site, US Vets Orange County. What I did is, what I noticed was a lot of veterans would come in with their children, and while they were sitting there talking to a case manager about their issues and they're breaking down, their child would also be right there next to them. And they'd be talking about, I haven't been able to feed my children a good hot meal. I can't take it anymore. I want to drop out of school. I can't cover my rent. So what I did is I said, you know what? We need to separate the children for that little small amount of time, literally just within walls distance. That's all it is. We made a child center for the kids to be able to play, watch Coco Melon, watch Bluey, and stay distracted with something positive while the veteran themselves is receiving services, is being able to discuss what's going on in their life and not feel like, you know what, I'm sorry, but I need to get up and go. I need to leave already because I need my child. We got to go. We got to go. No, we make it more of a welcoming environment. So yes, veteran children are welcome to our office. There is a space that's available for them. Whenever any veteran comes in, we have juice boxes for kids. We have the peanut butter little jelly sandwiches. Were absolutely amazing, and I'm guilty of eating those all the time. So I'm sorry. And then we also have food for the veterans when they come in. We give them Gatorades, a cup of water, and if they want to take food home, they have access to the pantry as well, which is free 100%. Our office, 1231 Warner Avenue, second floor, suite 206 in Tustin. We're open from Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Our contact number is right there, 1-800-413-5160. And if you have any questions, you're more than welcome to ask, and I'm more than free to answer any of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Juan. First of all, thank you for always being willing. And because of Juan's success in Orange County and his leadership, along with our Outside the Wire program, he is correct. We are officially launching our 14th site at US Vets, which will be US Vets Orange County. Also, the help of the county itself at Orange County Healthcare Agency has been right there next to us, supporting our programs and supporting them. Juan, I always ask one question, then again, I'm turning it out. First of all, I want to tell everybody thank you for sticking around. We'll do a close in just a few minutes, as Juan is our last speaker for the day, and then I'm going to share just a few parting remarks and some resources. One always what I want to know from I always appreciate your sharing your story, and I know it's difficult to be vulnerable. And all three of Juan's team, which is four altogether of them, are veterans down there, as Juan mentioned, with a passion for the cause because they have come from extenuating circumstances that they had to overcome. So, Juan, two questions. What was your turning point? I mean, you went from homeless to a USC graduate degree in social work, master's in social work, and then from a intern with us to a director of a program there. What was the turning point? How did you get from A to B? What happened that made you suddenly kind of pull yourself together?
You know, without their saying their name, Robert, well, there's two things. One veteran took the time out of their day to sit with me and talk to me. They sat there and they actually asked me after so many years, what's going on? What's going on and how can I help you? And that one thing right there just opened that door and made me realize if they see it, how come I don't see it? What's going on? And that like started a catalyst. And that one thing that it then had me enroll into school then brought me to US Vets. The moment I told you this a long time ago, when Dr. Snyder came to USC and stood in front of us, and she was asking for interns for the Outside the Wire program. I remember that I crossed out US Vets on my paper, and I said no. She talks like command sergeant major. She reminds me of the military. I do not want anything with that. I just want to go through my internship and move on with my life, you know? But it was the best decision when y'all brought me on board. The moment that I started my first day with my internship, I felt so alive. I felt so purposeful and it gave me meaning. That right there was the beginning to where I'm at today.
Thank you for that, Juan. I appreciate that transition and glad you made it to us to cross
Yeah.
this out. I didn't think I remembered that, but Dr. Stetter was our director of Outside the Wire, which is our clinical program that works across 8 community college campuses in Orange County, and I think 9 in Los Angeles now, because we want to mitigate the access to mental health by being in the veteran resource centers at these community colleges and catch veterans as we transition. Part of US Vets Missions, the site that I operate, LA and now Orange County. We're the only site without a residential program. As mentioned earlier, there are 40 residential sites from Washington, D.C. to Hawaii. Our site was born fairly recently in 2013 to focus on, okay, we are going to try to get the people, the veterans that have not been fortunate enough to get care off the street into transitional and eventually permanent housing, finding employment and mental health support. What do we do with the veterans that are coming back to make sure they don't end up that way? That became our mission. We provide them mental health resources, counseling, employment, education, a specific program for women veterans to make sure that the generation coming back is more taken care of or better taken care of than past veterans. There's a lot of work to do, and I know a lot of you are right there with us in that field. Any other questions for Juan? Juan has done a significant job with his teammates down there. What became as just an outreach program for mental health and suicide prevention is now becoming a veteran resource center in Orange County, where they provide everything from food to employment, housing assistance, and not just mental health support. So, and we plan to continue to expand and partner with Calvet to provide more mental health support there and in Los Angeles. Any other questions for Juan? I want to thank you once again, Juan, for always stepping up whenever needed. Juan's not a person we have to listen to Richard that says no often, so I'm going to have to keep an eye on him because he's always willing to help out. But always. Any other questions, Jenna? Are there any questions in the chat? Otherwise, I'll get ready to close it out with Kirk. Or Kirk, do you see anything else?
Yeah, Robert, we don't have any other questions specifically for Juan. There was a couple in the Q&A, but they're for contact information for all the guest speakers. So you can go ahead and continue on. Thank you.
Great. Juan, do you want to share anything to close out? And then I will close out the day for everybody. Get you out of here at 2 instead of 2:30. We'll save a half hour on a Friday. Juan?
Absolutely. Yeah, definitely. I had to mention that at the very beginning that I had gone through a lot after my reintegration. And it was challenging. I lost my wife, I lost my child, I lost my home, I lost everything. Here I am now at 45, almost 20 something years later, and I have a beautiful wife. I got remarried. I adopted two children, that were in the foster care system, changed their life. They changed my life. And now I have a really meaningful, purposeful career. And I would have never thought that when I got out of the military, I told myself, that's it, I'm done. I might as well call it quits. But little would you know that if you just keep in there, if somebody just puts that arm on your shoulder and gives you that light at the end of the tunnel, you can really, do something with your life. So I appreciate that. Thank you, Robert. Honestly.
Thank you, Juan. I appreciate you being here. Well, I'm going to get ready to close this out then. I think you saw or have now learned about the theme of today's webinar. I mean, we are committed. This, I think, is number 4, number 5 with Calvet. They are generous enough to provide us the support on their platform, but they also partner with us on an annual basis, on a monthly basis, providing mental health support and all of the other resources that were mentioned. So a special thank you goes out to Kirk for your leadership along with Jana in emceeing this and getting it on this platform and making it run as smooth as possible. But it's also, everybody should know their personal commitment to the cause, that they've done this over and over again and are always willing to step up. A special thank you to Roberto Herrera, our Deputy Secretary of Veteran Services for Calvet. He is charging, I don't know how much you caught from him, but he's charging the way with the governor of California. We co-chair the governor's challenge to eliminate suicide in the veteran community, but he alone is charging to find resources, make sure those resources go across the entire state, along with his outstanding team at Calvet. I cannot thank them all enough. And as you heard from Roberto, he's very knowledgeable. A thank you to Daryl Vincent, our new CEO, or shortly to be our new CEO. I have worked with him for 8 years. He was my direct boss because he supervises all 14 executive directors. I think there's 13 right now. There will be a 14th in Orange County eventually across the United States. So I've been meeting with him weekly during the pandemic. We met with him 3 times a week, and he guided us through that. He's helped see the organization grow. He's an outstanding mentor, and he has taught me more about veterans and the power of veterans committing to veterans than I've ever seen. Has changed my life, along with our CEO, Steve Peck, who is getting ready to now retire. I want you all just to take a minute as we close out, if you can, and reflect on what you got out of today. First of all, I want to thank you all as well for hanging in. It's not an easy subject. It's an important subject, and each one of you spent the time, which was a fairly long day on a Friday, to listen attentively and pay attention to the amazing speakers. I think from Richard, I learned about the power of lived experience and his vulnerability, as you heard me talk about earlier. I could see the struggle. I could feel it. It's recovery, not recovered, yet he's active duty. He's working harder than ever. And he talked about his brush with the suicide attempt, and also his brush with substance abuse and how he, not brush, but being consumed with substance abuse, and how he found his way out of that through excellent treatment. He talked about alternate recovery, that it's not just talk therapy alone, that sometimes things like TMS, craniomagnetic stimulation, acupuncture, group counseling, inpatient care for issues around substance abuse are critical, sometimes medication as well. So I want you to keep that in mind. I have a complex of being zealous about thinking I need to do it all and forget that that's not only wrong, that's incompetent. There's a cadre of individuals that have more knowledge and support. So I've learned to really collaborate. He talked about the importance of knowing that suicidal ideation doesn't go away, that he has to be vigilant about it. That's not something I've worked with 3 years for attempt survivors and learned that as well. That doesn't mean they're going to die by suicide, but it means sometimes they have to deal with the struggle. Suicide ideation alone isn't dangerous, but when you start getting to how you're going to do it, whether you're going to, the means you're going to take a place, and it becomes more up and front and central in your daily life, then it's time to seek care. He really talked about the importance of building relationships and what to ask and not to ask for people that are suffering. The movement in suicide prevention, aside from a public health approach to get everybody involved, is to make sure that people with lived experience, both people with attempts and both people who've lost someone to suicide, have a seat at the table, because more than any clinician, they can inform us of what's necessary and how to take better care of them. You had some excellent insight, I think, from him today, and how when you welcome somebody back after a stay in recovery or any mental health treatment, helping them deal with their own shame by asking them how they are and supporting them where they are. I'm so appreciative of him and what he did for all of us today. David stepped up next. David Weiner has been a colleague of mine since I started working the Mayor's Challenge here in Los Angeles. He is golden, along with his team, who have created a new way to respond to crisis, remembering that the most important thing we can do is put veterans with veterans because of the cultural competency issue. They can relate along with the veteran mental health evaluation teams. There now are specific ways to resolve a crisis rather than putting someone rather than burdening the police with having to get the person to the hospital and not always getting the right treatment. David, as well as James today, have that experience of working in that field without the resources, which is still going on, but of having the courage to continue to develop them and to collaborate, and the importance of collaboration. I think both David and James today talked a lot about cultural competency, that if you're not a veteran, you want to get trained in that. David also provided a lot more training resources in addressing risk management, staying safe if you're outreach workers. And I think Dave left his information. If not, you can email me. I'll make sure the chat has the contact for resources for you, or we'll send it out later. David really has shown his passion has been turned into projects that are springing up across the country as well. And having worked at the crisis line and understanding that when you're in crisis, you don't always need to go to the hospital as much as you need someone who can de-escalate the crisis, bring you to a safe place, and get you into treatment. 90% of the calls that come into the over 100,000 calls for the Suicide Prevention Center are calls that are de-escalated by people who want to die by suicide. And most of them never need to go to the hospital. But when you can intercede, and currently we are working with the police at 9/11 to divert calls to the crisis center so they can resolve it and make sure it's not an emergency on the extended law enforcement and first responder community. I don't know if they're all overextended, but I'm guessing they are. We got privileged to catch up with James Espinoza first. This is my first time to really meet James. I've heard great things about him. So James, thank you for being here. James provided a very important thing to me in the field of suicide prevention, which is postvention. How do you support people who've lost someone to suicide? There are hundreds of thousands of us, probably millions of us throughout the United States that have gone through that experience. And we enter a protracted grieving period, which is not the same as regular grief. And ongoing support is critical. I really appreciated when James said, first you have to let someone cry. You have to give them a space to grieve and to be there with them during that grief without needing to fix it. You have to give them then the support to crawl, eventually to stand up. And most importantly, I learned from James the power of intention, of giving us all purpose. When we go back to look at part of the reason people die by suicide, it's often a lack of purpose, a lack of belonging, a lack of connection, and giving up hope. So finding that intention for those of you who've lost someone to suicide, for those of you who've suffered with suicidal ideation, finding the purpose and the place you fit and letting it come from a childlike place in your life is critical. Wrapping it up here, you got to hear from one of my favorite people among the three other heroes that we had today, all veterans. Juan Garcia has taken his pain and his suffering, and instead of dying by suicide, as James said, fought through to get to the other side of that, and now is impacting hundreds of veterans across Orange County, and not just the veterans, but the veterans and their families with this veteran peer outreach program. He has three amazing veterans, one who came from foster care, one who was, and the other two who dealt with their own homeless issues, that really understand the pain, some of the pain that Richard talked about, and exhibit the courage every day to the point we're forming a new organization for U.S. vets down there, a new site, U.S. Vets Orange County. Last thing I want to share is the importance of you here today. I can't stress enough that you are the courage of people who are making a difference. Listening to the information is tough. Now, the more difficult part is sometimes going out and sharing it with people we care about. I always say in my practice as a practitioner, aside from my work as an executive director, we with the responsibility, we with the insight, have the responsibility to take care of the people around us. You have done an amazing job by sticking around. You've gotten a lot of information. I don't assume any of you are experts in this field. It took me 3 years as a director of the suicide prevention and all the clinical work and research that I did to understand a little bit about the field. But if you have lived experience, or if you have people around you with lived experience, then you understand a lot more than some clinicians understand. I have some lived experience as a suicide loss survivor, so I do understand that and some of the protracted grief. But the important thing is we're in a very tough cultural time right now. I don't care which side of the political, I'm not concerned which side of the political spectrum you're on, but I know that we have to do what maybe many politicians can't do. We have to reach across the aisle. Have you ever heard that expression? We have to be the ones that extend ourselves to one another. The most important thing you can do is take this message, build the relationships, as James talked to you about, Richard talked to you about, and Juan talked to you about, with the people you love and care about, not just the veterans in your family, most importantly the veterans, but also your brothers, your sisters, your mothers, your aunts, and your uncles. So many people are having a hard time, including some of you listening today. So self-care first today after this is all over, and then take what you've learned today and really share it with your colleagues, with the friends. Reach out for support and resources, and most importantly, ask the people around you if they're okay. You might not lead with, are you thinking of killing yourself? But you will get there if you become concerned. And if you have the courage to do that, many of you will save lives, or many of you are already saving lives. So again, I want to thank you for being here. I think with that information, I'm going to close. And again, you've heard my gratitude. Thank you again, CalVet, all of my speakers today who are my heroes, Juan, James, Richard, and David, and also CalVet, Kirk again, and Jana. And I'll let you guys close out from your part. Thank you, everybody.
Robert, thank you very much for allowing CalVet to partner with you in this continued partnership with U.S. Vets. I would like to thank all of our panelists and our guest speakers for their dedicated time for this important topic and subject. Thank you for my colleague Jana for helping me on the back end with the questions. And then I would like to thank all of our attendees today for attending for this valuable, informative webinar. I know it is a bit lengthy, but the topic is very important. And we want to thank everyone for their service. We value you guys as veterans and their family members. And we hopefully this webinar was insightful enough and provided enough information for you to gain those resources and utilize them as you need them. So again, this is our 1-800 number. Our email address at CalTAP at calvet.ca.gov is listed there. Our social media platforms are also invited. And I also want to remind everyone that this webinar is being recorded and it will be posted on our YouTube channel as soon as we can and have it completed up through our comms division. The crisis line is also there on the page for your access as well. And with that, I'm going to close out. We are done a little bit early, and I'm going to sign off to everyone and say thank you again for all of our guest speakers and panelists. You guys did an outstanding job. Thank you again, Robert, and thank you again. We'll see you soon. Have a wonderful afternoon.